Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Black Man Unfiltered Network. Tonight we got a special show. Y'all know what time it is. It's the first Tuesday of the month. So you know it's ladies' night. All right. Tonight is going to be a great show, great panel, great women that are here tonight. Tonight, you see the thumbnail. You see the title of the show tonight. Shh, feminists, quiet down. The wives are talking. And so we're going to have an excellent, excellent conversation tonight. I'm so glad you guys are here. Hey, listen, we're trying to change the narrative tonight. And what I mean by that is a lot of men have a lot of concerns. I won't be the one that say complaints because I understand as a man, men have concerns. And a lot of men have concerns that there are no good women left. There's no more women that are marriageable. You can't marry them because they don't want to be married or whatever the situation may be. And we're going to change the narrative because I'm going to have women on the panel tonight that are going to change your mind, fellas. Now, men, I want you to listen. Women, I want you to take notes tonight. And men be directed. Women take notes and understand what we're trying to do here, because there are women out there, great women out there, and I'm going to show you examples of some tonight on the panel. So I want to thank you guys for being here. When you come in, please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and we'll be right back with you guys in a minute. Thank you guys for being here for Talk That Talk Tuesday. The women are backstage. They ready to go. We'll see you in a little bit.
I'm finna jump for this shit. All top when I speak, all cap with the speech till they caught up in the rapture. I'm so out of line with the phrase game. Let's take a break, been a long day. Hit your line, what you fall through with the nightsticks. Maybe help me spark the ideas. We got nowhere else to go, it's only up from there. I've been on my own, just running through the fields. Say vivid for the ears, I know that's how they like it. Yeah, I fantasize it. Tell me that it's real when it's all said and done. I said it how I fit it. I let them hear the fear of a passive aggressive angry black man with a passion. Steady grip when I shoot to the stars with a full clip. Trying line with a loose leaf, then I proofread till I lose sleep. Couldn't handle the truth, you bed with the writing. Love at first sight shit, art over hype shit. Need a sound bite for the time capsule. Press play, they pause time for a bit. Smitten, I admit it, cut it, kick it. I'm in love with the fine print. Scribble type of shit they wouldn't find behind it. White suspicious behind the eyelid. Tell a reckless with the clauses. Careful with the cost me. Need this shit forever, but I never ever stop until they put me in the coffin or they off me. Fuck niggas quick to auction, they false print. Always treat this shit with a caution. Hold it 10 toes down for the dogs, you can see the paw print. Searching for the answers in the bottom of the last strip of the handle. The beginning of the candle. Doing shit to myself, give me fears when I'm looking in the mirror. I'm seeing somebody else, yeah. Mi corazón es on my sleeve shoulder. Everything in a rose gold and right go from me. Couldn't pinpoint on the globe, so I wanted to go from it. Just know that I don't fit in, but I wanna feel everything, yeah, 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 everything, yeah. I got my eyes low with the sky flows where the rhyme flows. I don't really know just what we might go with the mind scope. So many things I never learned with my eyes closed. Too busy with the schemes on the telling of my dreams on the rail, bitch. I grind like my life's on the line, hella wired. So far through with the light sticks, we open up when the light flicks. On sight, yellow casseroles, everything around me, hunting for the bounty. Wait, that nigga.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and get this thing started. All right, we want to hop right in because we got a lot to cover tonight with the ladies. So we want to go ahead and get everybody in here. Y'all know how we do it. I don't like to bring nobody on if we ain't introducing them the right way. So let's go ahead and get the ladies in here tonight. First off, I want to bring up the blooming Ebony is in the building tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the blooming Ebony. Yeah.
Hi,
all right.
Thanks so much for having me.
Absolutely, honey. Absolutely. Good to see you. Next, we have coming up right now from the ladies podcast, Cannon Hill is in the building tonight.
Hey.
How you doing? Good to see you. All right. Now, guys, listen, I got I was watching the show last week. I was so happy and so proud. These women were such a breath of fresh air, right? So high value wives, both of them are in the building tonight. Let me go ahead and bring them up. 1 and 2. What's going on, ladies? It's good to see y'all. All right. Now listen, you know she shake her hair like Tina Turner and she ain't no runner. Let's give it up for Auntie TJ is in the building tonight. Absolutely. Now, come on, y'all. I got a new guest in the house, never been on the panel before. I'm glad she's here tonight. So let me introduce her. Coach K is in the building tonight. Give it up for Coach K.
Hello, hello.
All right. Now, last but not least, you guys know her as Unsolicited, but I know her as the security boss. The boss is in the building tonight. Let's give it up for the Unsolicited security boss. What's going on? What's going on? It's good to see y'all. Yeah. How y'all doing?
Doing good.
Yeah. I'm gonna ask everybody in the building. Bloomy Ebony, how's your day? How you doing, sugar?
Doing well, thank you. Doing really well. Is there an echo? My audio okay?
Yeah, you good?
Okay, awesome. I'm doing good. How are you?
Yeah, you good. Cannon, how are you?
I'm good. How have you been?
I'm good, man. I'm sunshine, partly cloudy, as my grandmother would say. So it's good to see you. Good to see you. TJ Randolph, how are you tonight, hon?
You know, if I was any better, I'd be twins.
I know that's right. All right. Hey, security boss, how are you tonight?
I'm doing well, and I hope everybody else is also.
Absolutely. All right, Miss Jones. Mrs. Jones, how are you tonight? Oh, I think she can't maybe not hear me. We'll come back to Miss Jones. Coach K, how are you tonight?
I'm great. Thanks so much for having me.
Absolutely. Miss High Value Wives, how are you tonight?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely.
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I am doing great. Thank you for being here as well.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. And last but not least, it's Miss C in the building tonight. Give it up for Miss C. How are you tonight?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
Good. It is great to see you guys tonight. Tonight, guys, I want to, like I said in the opening, I want to change the narrative on marriage, and I want to change the narrative on some of the brothers out here that don't believe that it doesn't exist anymore. There are no good women anymore. There are no good wives anymore. So we're going to change that. We're going to try to change the narrative, the mindsets of some men tonight, and also try to guide some women tonight to that purpose that they may have in that as well. So I'm glad you guys are here, and I want to just go ahead and hop right into it. Right now, what is the state of relationships and marriage right now in the world that we live in today? Where do you think it is? We'll start with you, Bloomy Ebony, and we'll go around.
I think it's uncertain. That's what I would say. I think there are lots of people that don't really know exactly what they want, but they know exactly what they don't want, and I think that's just leading to a lot of issues. And people, even if you don't want a pink elephant, you're going to think of a pink elephant. I think people can pick out exactly what they don't want everywhere they go, but because they haven't really focused on what they do want and why they want it, is kind of creating some issues. So I think there's lots of uncertainty in the dating space right now.
Absolutely. Ms. Hill?
Yeah, I think, and I keep saying this, I just think that the technology has progressed faster than we can keep up with socially. And I think right now, as far as relationship goes, people are struggling to figure out how to relate and interact in this new world that we find ourselves in. Like, people are not meeting each other the same way they used to. We don't talk to each other the same. We don't socialize the same. We can also have a lot of confirmation bias and get drugged down a lot of these YouTube rabbit holes and algorithm rabbit holes and things like that can really make us one-track minded. So I think that that's the struggle we find ourselves with right now.
Absolutely. All right, and Miss Randolph.
I really think that Cannon hit the nail on the head. I definitely concur with what she's saying. And interestingly enough, I asked my son-in-law, who just turned 30, his take on it, because several of his friends are either engaged or married. And he said, kind of like what Blooming Ebony was saying, that it's uncertain because we now have this hookup culture that people are really not seeking to dive in and to invest in relationships because there's this hookup culture. And also, when we talk about the independence or the sexual freedom of women, many of them are, coming at it like men. So why, that's where they're coming from. So I agree with what Cannon and Blooming Ebony said, and regrettably, in addition to that, with respect to what Cannon said about we don't communicate the way we used to, people, not only that, they don't know how. They don't even know how to have conversations. They may do all this stuff on DMs and all that, but when you're looking someone in the eyeball, they have no idea what to say.
Coach K?
Everything that's been said so far has been great. One thing that comes to mind for me is I don't think people know what they want and why they want it, and they don't think long term. And I think everything is just about me, me, me. And with the technology, everything's kind of, fake and false and concentrated. When we're older, what are you going to be wanting? I mean, this isn't something anyone wants to think about, but when you're old or on your deathbed, who do you want beside you? What do you want to have created? And I don't think a lot of young people think about that. So,
Miss C.
Everybody's made such good points. I'm over here. I kind of forgot that that I was on the panel. What is the state of relationships? I would have to say right now we're in a state of what seems like to me what they call artificial intelligence, where we've Google searched and we've heard people talk about things and we know it, we can recite it, we can talk about it, we can, argue back and forth about it, but we can't live it. We don't have the practical experience. We're not willing to do the work. And so we know, and we can, make lists and all those sorts of things. It's head knowledge, but we haven't really lived it out. That we have no proven concept of anything. And the more that we know, the more we either become hopeless or skeptical or critical. And so we just gain knowledge and talk and talk and talk, but the relationships aren't actually happening. We're just in relationships with ourselves and our own ideas and trying to use those things that the knowledge we've acquired to either justify why we're not in a relationship or why the relationships are going wrong instead of actually getting out there and gaining the experience for ourselves.
How about UI?
Hey, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. So I like what TJ mentioned about the sexual freedom, because there was a time where sex was reserved for marriage. And so as long as men and women are just free to have sex with whomever and whenever, it kind of makes it pointless to get married. You kind of remove the incentive to get married. And that in turn messes up relationships. Another thing is young people used to be guided by their mothers and their fathers. Parents aren't really involved after high school, after you graduate. It's kind of like, you just figure it out. So we're just all out here in the world. We're just dating around, we're sleeping around, and it's hard to build meaningful relationships like that. So parents are no longer involved. Fathers are no longer involved in protecting their daughters like they used to. So I think that has really contributed to the bad state of relationships today.
Thank you. Ms. Jones? Yeah, you're muted.
Okay. I would say that there's a lot of animosity that's going on right now. That's what I see from a lot of women, that they feel like, oh, men are trash. Oh, I hate men. That there's just a lot of vitriol towards men, and I think that it's been a delay. But I think that a lot of men are starting to see the modern women movement, and they're starting to see that women are not the angels that past generations have taught them that they are. And I think that a lot of men are starting to have a lot of hatred and vitriol towards women, and I think that's where the MGTOW, men going their own way, I think that's where that movement is really coming into play. So I think that to say what's going on with modern dating, I would say that animosity is one of the words that comes to mind.
Thank you. Okay, I appreciate that. And last but not least, Security Boss.
Yes. Okay. So listen, everybody has some excellent points, but I think I'm going to just add a little something. But I'm gonna start with Cannon first. She had the technology, is it being married and the state of marriage now? The technology has taken away all your social skills, or most these younger generations, their social skills are gone. They don't know how to communicate with each other, having a relationship, looking each other in the face is what TJ said. It's not happening. So in order to get from the computer into a marriage relationship would be very, very difficult. And the only thing I'm going to add to it, what all of you said, which is very good, is the fact that there are no good examples. They would say they didn't have examples of successful marriages. So why do it? We should just continue doing, I think TJ mentioned it, this, what do you call it? Just hooking up, because there is no examples of a good marriage. So I think everybody said outstanding. So that's the only thing I would add to is they would say that there are no good examples of successful marriages.
Right. All right. Well, I'm glad you guys answered that because I want to hop in. I had a few bullet
Can I
points here.
say one thing real quick?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
With what Coach K said, I think that was really a salient point with talking about the now versus long term. And again, what I've seen, and when I say young people, I mean millennials and zennials, is that they don't think about, they live in the now. And my point being, even though I'm a Generation Xer, I could always see myself as a mother, wife, mother, and grandmother. I could see that because again, I saw what that looked like. But I don't think these, and I call them kids, these young people even see themselves down the range of being a grandmother. I mean, I knew even in my 20s, I knew that I wanted to be a grandmother at some point because for one, I had a relationship with my grandparents. So I could envision that for myself down the road. I don't think these young people even envision down the road, grandmother, what the hell? No, I don't even think they think about it.
Exactly. All right. So one of the top questions that you hear a lot in these spaces, and since you guys are most of the women on this panel right now, well, all of you except I think Bloom and Ebony and are married, and so my question to you and Bloom and Ebony, with you going into that, because you're going to be a wife, everybody in the world knows that when they say your name, they already know you're going to be a wife. And so when it comes to how does marriage benefit me? The women are asking, how does marriage benefit me? What's your answer for that, ladies? And anybody can hop in.
Do you want the actual social answer to that, or a personal answer?
Any way you want to give it, anecdotal or not, either way, it doesn't matter.
Okay, this is the challenge. This is why I think that the way technology is functioning is making it hard for people to keep up with too, is because we still are holding on to a lot of antiquated gender ideas of what it means to be a husband, what it means to be a wife, what that looks like, and things like that. But society has moved so far past what things used to be in the past. And a lot of people are still trying to operate in that space and with that idea. So what happens is when a woman says, what is in a marriage for me? We are at the stage where women are looking for, men who can be like real partners. Like women are not looking for, somebody to pay my bills or somebody to do XYZ. It's like, no, let's build together. Let's be more partners. But I think that because we still socialize men in such a way that once we get married, and this is what different studies that I've read have borne out, that people still fall into those strict gender roles. So women end up not only like having to go to work and doing all these other things, but a lot of times they end up also doing a lot of the emotional labor in relationships, a lot of the child rearing, a lot of the domestic responsibilities. And it's like, what we're trying to do is get more partnerships to come in and kind of have more egalitarian relationships. I think that that's what we get when we get those. Like it shows that when people are when men, what's funny is that men don't have to be in happy marriages and they will still reap the benefits of being in the marriage because of things like the woman making them go to the doctor and all of these other things. But a woman can reap the benefits of marriage as long as it's a good marriage. If it's a bad marriage, then she'll have worse health outcomes. But if it's a good marriage, then she reaps the benefits of being in that relationship, like the emotional support and those types of things.
So for me, I prefer a traditional marriage. I've been married a long time and it works for me. In that traditional marriage, I'm in my woman, wife role. I take care of my husband. I don't have to work, but when I do work, I work for us. I work for our company. My husband is an entrepreneur, been that way since I met him. And I'm not interested in any way of being my husband's partner. So I would say to a woman, allow your man to be the man, not even allow. Find your man, find a man that is a man and doesn't mind being a man, because he's the one, this is for me, that needs to bear all those things that go on in the world. I don't want to do it. I want to be taken care of. I do want to be a helpmate. I do want to assist. I do want to share. I do still want to build, definitely. But I don't ever want to be a 50-50. Don't even look at me for 50-50. I don't have it in me. I would prefer to be doing domestic. I want to come home to a model home. I want to manage my home. So for what I would say to a woman, how does marriage benefit you? Marriage protects you. Marriage covers you. It totally covers you. I said this yesterday, instead of me having to be out in the world in a corporate environment where I would maybe be along or aside a lot of different influences, I'm protected within my marriage because my husband set it up that way. And that's what I would say to a young lady that's interested in being married. It covers you. It protects you. It allows you to be the woman of the house. If you're going to have kids, all those things. I would never want to push, for me, the partnership of a man, because I'm not equipped to do it.
Dearly beloved.
TJ, go ahead.
Since I'm married late, I'm married at 51, I'm 55 now. So I think, but what Ken was saying, I agree with that to an extent, because, women, specifically Black women, have always worked. Mm-hmm. They've always worked. To use my husband's parents as an example, his mother worked a 9-to-5, if you will, job. His father worked, but she still came home, took care of the kids, made the food and all that kind of stuff. So those things, I think, remain. I think the difference is our attitudes toward it. Now, me and my husband, when we got together, I said, I don't cook every day. That ain't me. And he said, I don't need you to cook every day, but I need you to cook, a few times a week. And so it's funny because I actually end up cooking more than I thought that I would. But when it comes to gender roles, I like the fact I don't have to wash my car. I like the fact that I don't, and I say that because I never had it. I was single for so long, having to do all of that stuff by myself.
Yep.
And I remember being in my 40s. I'm like, I'm tired of being strong. I'm tired of having to do everything. You couldn't have convinced me that when I was in my 20s, though. You couldn't have convinced me that. Damn near couldn't have convinced me in my 30s either. But I'm like, I'm tired of this. I want somebody else to do it. And so what Security Boss says is very true. And in addition to that, I like knowing that I don't have to search and I don't have to put myself out there anymore, because it's a pond and it's pee all in it. I'm just happy I don't have to be out there anymore. I have someone I trust who truly has me. And if I call it a partnership, I can go with that, but I know that I'm a junior partner. Oh. Like in a law firm, you got partners. If there's a senior partner, I'm a junior partner. That's how I look at it.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, and so go ahead. Let's see. Coach K, go ahead and jump in there.
So for me, I mean, of course, this is only me. I think it benefits me in so many different ways, in the fact that down the road, because I want kids, I want to, I don't know, I mean, and I want to be married if I have kids. And then I want someone to grow with, in the sense of growing older, but for me, grow, because it's like having someone that has your back. And some people may say, well, it gets boring or whatever, but I think you're almost looking for an out. Like, I don't think it's ever boring, because if you're always trying to be better than the day before, or, you know, sometimes I'm grumpy or he's grumpy or whatever. And then we work on it. You know, I don't ever get bored. I think it's all about the individual, who they're being in the marriage. And I just like having someone that I can like fall back on. I don't know. I mean, I'm like this close. I'm not married, but I'm this close. We've been together 5 years. He ordered the ring. So we had to be honest about it. So yeah, we're this close. But it's just nice to know that someone has my back, and I can I'm looking at the chat. I tried to do that. But yeah, I just can't imagine my life any other way. But I don't know. It's something I gotta think about. But I don't think the question is kind of like, well, how does it benefit me? It's almost like, why I want it and it's my intention versus what it can do for me. It's like I don't know if I'm even making sense, but yeah. So I'll just stop there. That's my thoughts.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Jones.
So, trying to piggyback off of what Security Boss said about the thing about protection in a marriage, and that's one of the things that it offers you. And I think that a lot of people say that, you know, that being married, it offers a woman protection. Like, you know, your husband, if something goes bump in the night, your husband's going to be the one to get up. Your husband's going to be the one to protect you. And that's, of course, true. You have that physical protection, but there's also different types of protection that comes with marriage. You have financial protection, you know. If you lose your job or if you're sick, then you don't have to think, oh man, how am I going to pay my bills? Because you have someone else that's with you who's contributing. You have sexual protection, like what Coach K was saying. You know, you don't have to wonder, oh man, I'm pregnant. Who am I pregnant by? Or is this man going to want to take care of these children? Because you're with your husband. You know that you are protected and that you have someone who's going to help you. You have someone who's going to raise these children with you. You have your children are protected in that sense. So there's that as well. So, you know, I think that just in the one category of protection, that marriage has a lot of benefits.
All right. So Blooming Ebony, you want to go ahead and hop in there, sweetheart?
I agree with what everyone's been saying. I think the biggest thing is protection. Another big thing is I think women need it. You need that certainty, that safety. You need that sense of stability. And I agree with what Mrs. SB was saying about the traditional gender roles. I think that it depends on who you are, but if you see the Bible as rule of law, it does make a lot of sense for you to be in those traditional gender roles. It makes sense for you to have a specialty, right? Like I work in accounting, for example. I'm a tax accountant, and there are multiple types of tax returns. And I work in private client services. Basically means I do every tax return except for corporations. And I complain every day at work about how I'm unable to know in depth how to do a certain type of tax return because I have to know a little bit of every little thing on all different types of tax returns. But if I could just specialize on the 1040 and the individual tax return, I could specialize in that and I could be great at that one thing. Traditional gender roles are the same thing. Be great at what you're great at, right? It gives a chance for men to be good at being men and doing the things that women can't do, right? And also don't want to do. And the same thing for women. And I am made to nurture. I am made to replenish and reproduce. It's just where I belong. And a marriage structure gives you the ability and the opportunity to do that in a very safe and protected environment.
All right. Well, Miss Queen is in the building tonight. Miss Queen Smiley, give it up for her. All right. Havelia Wives says she'll be back up in a minute. She's driving. So we want to make sure she stays safe while she's driving, and we don't want her to, get excited about a point and being pointed somewhere else. So get home safe, sweetheart. All right. She said, but she was cheering her co-host on. She said, "Come on!" All right. So thank her for being here for the time she was. So Miss Queen, what are your thoughts when it comes to what do you feel like?
You know, I'm about to ask what this question is because I hear all the ladies speaking, and I apologize for my tardiness. This is a football practice night for me.
Absolutely.
So rush in, shower, dinner, all that good stuff before I can jump on. So salute to the beautiful queens on this panel. You guys are beautiful. But yeah, what's the question? Because it sounds like I'm hearing a lot of things that in a perfect world, a marriage should be this.
Yeah,
Or a marriage should feel like this to me.
Yeah, go ahead.
You know what I'm saying? So what's the question at hand?
I mean, you were right on it. Hold on, what was my question? Because I got so many wrote down here. Let's see.
What is the benefits of marriage?
What's the benefits of marriage? There you go. My phone just went off. Go ahead.
So so the benefits, of course, I agree with the queens, what they've said so far. There are several benefits to the marriage: the financial stability, the sexual, locked in. I'll say that's the intent. And then having that, security in regards to feeling safe and protected. Those are some benefits of marriage. I'm not sure what the lady status is on this panel, but that's basically why I joined initially in marriage. And I'm divorced now, but I joined for those reasons. And at the time I had 2 young girls. And so for me, it was that security. I knew this person was my friend. And I didn't want anybody else to get to know my girls and things like that. So having all of those things in mind was the initial reason why I decided to marry back then. But now for me personally, the benefits of marriage for me now is not so much as just in the financial security or the safety and things like that, because I'm a woman that can provide so many things for myself. But my reasons now is for a partnership and friendship, having someone that I can not so much as grow with to become an adult with, because I'm at a point now where I'm an adult and I want to meet an adult. I don't want to have to grow with somebody. I understand personalities, grow as we age, and things like that. We obtain more wisdom. But I don't want to grow with nobody. I want somebody to come and meet me where I'm at, and then I want to have a lifelong partnership and friendship to where from this point forward, we're either building wealth together or becoming long friends to where when there's no more sex, if the money ever runs out and we have nothing else, we have each other to just put our thumbs and be like, well, what are we going to do? Somebody's like, look where we at, and I can be comfortable in that space and vulnerable in that space with that individual. So for me, those are the key things for marriage. For me, it's having somebody that I can be weak with when so many of us have been strong for too long. So I think that's an important factor, finding that someone that allows you a space to be vulnerable.
Right now, before we go, Miss C, it's me, C. I just want to kick a shout out to Corey Hager because I think he's shooting his shot. He said that Queen Smiley rules, so you're single. I just wanted to throw that out there. Mr. Corey Hager's in the chat. He's thinking you all that. So Corey Hager, are you ready, Corey Hager? Are you ready? I don't want you talking like this. Ready. Okay, so all right, so thank you guys for that. So it's me, C. Are you there with me, Sugar? She there? Okay, I should be back in a second. All right, so the next question I want to go into is that marriage it's nothing but a piece of paper. That's all it is. It's nothing but a piece of paper. How do you guys feel about that? When you hear women say that, a lot of women say it's nothing but a piece of paper. What's the point of going down to the courthouse? What's the point of going down, getting marriage license and getting married? What is that about?
Well, the thing is that literally it is just a piece of paper. And I do hear a lot of people say that because it is. I mean, anybody can get married, and certain things like that. I think just like anything else is what you make it and what your intentions are with going into it. And I mean, there also are legal protections and different things that come along with actually being married. So it makes a difference, like legally in most cases and different things like that. But if people are not going into it intentionally and for the right reasons, then yeah, it just literally becomes just like a piece of paper. Like I know people who are separated for like years and years and, living whole different lives and they're still like legally married, but never think about it, look at each other, nothing, So it's like you can make it just a piece of paper. But I think it's more about the intention behind it, and also depending on what your legal situation is, as far as like you filing taxes, if something happened to you, if you get sick, like all of those different things fall under that actually legally getting married. So it has legal ramifications too.
Okay, and go ahead. Yeah, anybody can jump in there.
You know, to that point, I always say there are no benefits for fiancés. There are no benefits for fiancés. And the reason why I say that is there's someone I know had been, you know, in my age group, they had been with their guy for I think 5 years. And at that time, me and Mr. Randolph had only been together for maybe a year and a half. And we got married before they did. Well, the gentleman left one day and didn't come back. He died. So again, you know, and I felt bad for one because he died. In addition to that, though, there are no benefits for fiancés. Now, I know Social Security is going to be gone eventually, but they've been saying that for the past 30 years, straight up. So even with that, you don't even get that. What Cannon said, people have been married for years and years and years, and they live separate lives. I know somebody else who did that same thing. A relative of mine had, you know, been married, had been separated for like 50 years and had a whole nother life with the woman that we knew to be our aunt. He died. His Social Security went to the woman that he was married, legally married to, but hadn't been with in like 50 years. So I want a return on my investment. And here's the thing, and I think about it differently now, because when I was in my 20s and 30s, I just thought about love and this, you know, all that. But there's so much more that goes into it when you think responsibly. And that love and respect is definitely a part of it. But you have to consider other things too that I never considered when I was younger. I just didn't.
All right. So now we got Miss Smiley, and we got we got Miss Hill. Miss Security Boss. What do you have for us? Come on up.
Okay, so that goes back to what I was saying initially when I said we have been given terrible examples of marriage. It is terrible to be with an individual for 50 years and you give them your all and then they're married to someone else. What example did that set? So for me, marriage is becoming one with another person. I take it really serious. And it's actually a covenant that I have with the Father, the Creator, God. And it's also about the commitment that I have with my husband. I'm daily making my marriage what I want it to be. I'm not allowing the world to dictate what me and my husband do in our marriage. It's all about us. If we want it easy, we do easy things. If we want to swing from the chandeliers, we swing from the chandeliers. We don't have to sit up and talk about how boring it is or how, the world don't want you to do this. That's not good anymore and all that. No. It's going to be what I make it. It's going to be what we make it. And it's our duty as individuals who are in a marriage relationship to become one. I adapt to him. He covers me. That is what a marriage should look like. And it's not something that you should just be able to get over. You're becoming one. If something happens to him, I should feel this, vice versa. And that's what I want out of a marriage relationship. I want it to be forever. There's no thing as divorce. There's no thing as a divorce. We're not perfect people. We're in it for life. So the paper was just a requirement from the law. But the marriage itself, what that paper represents is so much bigger than just me and him. It's so much bigger than that. And that's what kind of keeps us together. And that's what keeps us making it more or pouring into it. And it's all those things that you all have already spoken about: the provision, the protection, the covering. This world is a terrible place for a man and a woman. And if you allow it to rule your marriage or influence your decisions, you will be jacked up. And again, not a good example for the next generation. I see it, I hear it. And anytime you allow things to creep in that don't make sense, it might make you feel good and you might be all in sync with what's going on in the world. But if it's against your marriage relationship, you got to pay attention. You have to protect that union. And that is what marriage is to me.
And then I think for some people, totally agree. But I think for some people, I think the loose term of, oh, it's just a piece of paper kind of fell in kind of retrospect. Well, people look at it and say, hey, this is how we are, because a lot of people put so much emphasis on a relationship, whether it's boyfriend, girlfriend, fiance, or whatever the case may be. So many people hold that status in such high regard, and they falsely think that there's some security in that. But until you legally say, I do, guess what? I ain't got to meet you at that altar. You know, that man, that woman don't have to meet you there or beat you there. That individual can walk away at any given moment and change their mind up until that point. But a lot of people feel so secure in, oh, that's my fiance. Oh, yeah, that's my queen. That's my girl. You know, and they want to hang on to those titles. And they have a false sense of, oh, this is just a piece of paper. This relationship is going to remain the same, whether we're in this status of fiance, girlfriend, boyfriend, or whether we're in the status of legally being married. And I think that's where people falsely think that, oh, this is just a piece of paper. This don't change who we are and what we're doing. But it does in so many ways. And we talked about this previously on one of the other panels when we were talking about financial security and having, you know, whether or not to have one account versus two account. And then we went deeper into that conversation and started discussing when people passed away, you know, whether or not a will was left. Auntie Randall said it perfectly. You know, somebody was with somebody, never got married, so everything went to that previous wife. You know, things like that happen. And the security and having and actually wedding someone, you find that security. But even in that, still have a will. Even in that, still leave you some guidance, you know, because things happen, you know. So
And you're
it's just that
exactly
false
right.
sense.
That's the beginning of the traumas. That's the beginning of the traumas. 50 TJ, what you just said is so real. I wouldn't say, I know someone living in that situation right now. I wouldn't say 50 years, but if something happens to this man, his wife, who he's married to, he's been separated from for 30 years, gets the house, but the woman that's been taking care of him for the last 20, she gets nothing but put out unless she can afford the house. That means she would have to pay the other. Wow, that's trauma.
That's trauma. Literally, just this morning, I had a friend girl lost her ex-husband. Mind you, this is her ex-husband, and he's remarried since, but her name is still on that first house that they bought because they never separated that out. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So some things you have to take care of, and you have to take care of them in advance. Yeah. So now new wife just lost the husband, and guess what? Now they have to figure out whether or not she's finna lose a house too. You know?
Well, you either take care of them or you don't involve yourself that way. You clean up your business. You don't enter. It's not good enough. Ladies, it's not good enough just to be with the man. If he's not willing to make you his wife, it's got to be a reason. It's not good enough. It's not good enough.
One thing about my friends know and love me. That's why I say if I ever get married, me and my best friend tease each other. We like, girl, we're going to end up marrying each other. You know, and I ain't gay by no means. So don't nobody dare put that out there. But here's the crazy part.
Me and my friends say that too.
But here's the crazy part. Because when you marry your friend, okay, when you're in love and your friend love you, and that's who that person looks out for your best interest. That person always, ain't no way in Hades I'm gonna marry one of my friend girls, the ones that I truly call friend. Ain't no way we're gonna get together and she's gonna put me in a situation to where I have to answer for something, you know. And even if I do, it's gonna be a heads up, girl. Let me tell you what I just did. I just gave this Negro your number. I told him it was, you know. So my friends are gonna protect me at all costs. You get what I'm saying? So for me, in order to ever move in that direction again, if you ain't my friend, if you don't know me and truly love me just for being me and who I am, we can't move forward. Because in true friendships, your friend, your mate, your helpmate is going to have your back. And they're going to take care of those small details. You know what I'm saying? And I dated a guy long-term once before. And that was one of the things. His wife, his ex-wife was still on the house, you know. And so I moved in the house, child. I wasn't going to not move in the house. Now, I tried not to, but he begged and pleaded. So I moved in there, you know. But he wouldn't allow me to pay anything towards the house. He wouldn't allow me to do anything to that house. And he ended up selling that house, you know. Then he got hard-headed because he didn't want to let me make no other decisions. Because right. But look at you, Auntie say, yeah. So and for me, security boss, you know, being with you just ain't enough for me. I hold myself in high regard, so just being here and existing ain't enough for me. I needed that additional security in being that mate, being that partner, and helping to make those decisions for our longevity together. And if I wasn't going to be a part of that partnership, then apparently, we're not friends at this point, because a friend value your opinion. Whether y'all gonna move on it or not, it's a discussion.
But Queen, guess what we heard you say earlier on? You said earlier when you began that you're still willing to go into that same relationship like you don't deserve for him to be the man and do it all. You still said, I want to be your friend and your partner. You deserve more than that. You don't have to just settle for that. You just said it again. You just got it.
So don't think it that loosely. Now I'm an onion. I got a lot of layers. It might seem so simple. Just you just gotta be my friend. It ain't that simple. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
I'm just saying to you, you deserve it all. You can be
of course.
You can be that could be y'all's house. You don't have to
totally.
You don't have to, per se be and like you said, the partner word, we might be losing it loosely because you're still a partner. But I'm just saying, you can be taken care of. It could be all about you. You could be that woman.
Absolutely. Well, hey, Coach K, what you got for us? Marriage ain't nothing but a piece of paper. I mean, that's all it is.
So, I mean, factually, being neutral, yeah, it is. But what does that symbolize? What is the value that we put on that piece of paper? And I think that the law being involved, but also if you're religious, that means something different too. But it requires skin in the game. I mean, I think everything in life, whether it's checking your credit or putting a down payment, whatever. And I think it's totally appropriate. And great things require commitment. And I think it's totally worth it. But I think where people go wrong, and this kind of listening to the ladies talk, something that came to mind was people, I think women especially, think that they're going to get all of their needs met within their marriage. But that's why we also have friends. We have family. And they have such high expectations that their husband is going to meet this whole, checklist when, okay, if my guy doesn't like to watch scary movies, I'm not going to force him. Okay, this is so stupid, but I'm not going to force him to watch a scary movie. I'll watch it with one of my friends who does, but I can still, appreciate the things that we do have together. It's just like, check your expectations before, and when you're disappointed, don't come crying to me, but that's just my coach brain. So.
All right, thank you for that. So then we'll have.
I'm looking at Security Boss face, and I'm just playing devil's advocate. What's going through your mind right now, Security Boss?
Well, this is Black Man Show, and someone put in the chat, at Security Boss, respectfully, Cap, women can't have it all. I don't know what all is, but we can be wives. We can be in our role and have that man, that husband, be exactly who he's supposed to be and take care of that situation. So that's what I was talking about. So I'm not sure what all is.
Yeah, and it goes back to what Coach was just saying. Here it is, we as individuals, whether it's man and woman, we have to accept people for who they truly are. We're not going to find everything in that one individual. So having it all, are we going to have that person that's going to watch scary movies with us, go fishing with us, stay on the side of the football field and all that? We may not have all of that. But as a woman, yes, we should have that financial security, that sexual pleasure. We should have that security. If the dog comes, you hear me? I see you, Auntie.
If I say, he said, I think they said I stated all. I mean all as a wife. What I mean by all as a wife is we don't have to be partners with our husbands. Partnership means that you're relying on me to do something. Like if the mortgage is $2,000, you're requiring that I bring $1,000 or what have you. No, that's not I'm your wife. I'm willing to play my role, but I'm going to make sure you pay yours. But the other part of this is I happen to be one of those women that are willing to put it all in one pot. So that part really don't matter to me. So again, all is for me is being a wife. That's what I would want to be. That's what I would want any woman in a marriage to be, is a wife and play that role. Now it could be adjusted, whatever you have to adapt to your husband and whatever he requires and wants of you. But I don't know, as far as all, I'm not sure what all looks like.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, security boss. Let's get Ms. Jones in here. Go ahead, Sugar.
Oh, okay. So another interesting thing about how marriage is so much more than just a piece of paper is, legally speaking, I mean, the paper is legal, but like when it comes to court, you don't have to testify against your spouse. But, I think now I'm not a lawyer, but can't you like be held in contempt if you don't testify against like anybody else? So,
let me find out. You went to that criminal enterprise.
She did. She did. She took us right into the courtroom.
She said, you don't have to testify against yourself.
I know that.
I like that.
So, it's Mrs. El Chapo who's holding her man down. It's not girlfriend El Chapo.
Exactly. That's good.
She knows where her loyalties lie at the end of the day. That's because that is her husband, and she knows that she gets more out of him than whatever the government's trying to cut her a deal with. And she knows that is my bread and butter. I'm not straying away from my husband. That is my foundation. So that's another good point about how marriage is much more than just a piece of paper.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that. Blooming Ebony.
Yeah, that's funny because money is also a piece of paper, but all these women want the bag.
Oh,
it's like, pick your choice. But you can run out of money, but you can't run out of a husband. That's supposed to be forever. Like he's not going anywhere. He's tied to you for all eternity, but you're chasing that bag. You're chasing that piece of paper. Doesn't make any sense. And a pink slip for a car is a piece of paper. A deed to a house is a piece of paper. But without those things, you have no proof that it's yours. You're going to be on the street with no car. Those are all piece of papers.
Wow.
But you worked really hard for those things.
Wow.
So whatever beautiful benefits you tie to those material things that can die on you, that can burn it. Well, I guess a husband could burn down on you, knock on wood. Oh man. But these things that could disappear, right? That can be taken from you. You work so hard for that, but you question this person that's going to raise an entire new generation with you. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Real quick, the comment that you put up there just a minute ago, she had one just before that. Also, can you put that up there as well?
Let's see, from Nikki. Here it is.
Yeah. No, the other one. She said she vetted that one.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, she said, here we go.
So
what if you did vet, did all the things, still got married, did all that, and then he betrayed the vows after 10 years, 17 together?
That's life. That's life. I don't know.
That's what all the people say.
I don't know. Ain't no guarantees in life, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's just, people, the thing is, I feel like people just want a guarantee. Like they just want a guarantee, and it just doesn't exist. It's like you have to trust yourself enough to know that you're going to be able to handle whatever situation you place yourself in. And that's just your best bet. But you can't be out here operating in fear because you're not going to get a guarantee. Only thing you can do is what you can do. And then you just have to deal with what comes in life, because there's no guarantees, unfortunately. And
let me add this. Let me add this in there because this is what we were flowing next anyway. Taking the vows seriously. Now, in those vows cover a multitude of things: good times, bad times, sickness, health. Rich or poor. So it covers you when you're broke, when you're sick, when you're not yourself, when you do things that you shouldn't do. It teaches. It covers a multitude of things. So, ladies, if you're like this young lady just said in the chat, 10 years in, 17 together, are we teaching the women out here now, the younger women, that the vows are very, very important? Because security boss, I want you to go first on this one because I know how you think about the vows and how serious they are for you. So we'll start with you and we'll move around here with all the other ladies. But are we teaching the seriousness of vows? Do we even believe in those vows? Are we committed to those vows?
No, those vows are subjective as long as it doesn't apply to me. But I'm going back to what Cannon said. Shannon said it best. We have expectations, or we looking for a guarantee. A marriage is what you make it. Your husband nor you are perfect.
Mm.
And if your vows, and if it's based on a commitment and a covenant to someone else, the creator, and it has a foundation, I don't know your situation, but I probably wouldn't have gotten divorced, because 10 years, I mean, you know what? We got to be real about this. We got to take accountability for what part we played in that 10 years that, I don't know. It fell off, but whatever reason, I have to take accountability for what I did or didn't do. And of course, he has to be take accountability for what he did and did not do. Again, we're not talking about abuse. I'm not digging with that. Y'all understand that if it's abusive relationship, you have to get out. But for whatever reason, the man had an affair or what have you, but we have to check that. But see, I wouldn't have left my husband after 10 years because he had an affair, because I'm not perfect. We have to be honest about this. See, this is trauma. This is the no example. This is just, nobody bothered to say, girl, you might not have been perfect. Cause we think we perfect as hell. Y'all know we do. We ain't done nothing wrong ever. We ain't never done nothing wrong. We ain't never been on them girl trips and thought about a man. We've never done any of that. We might didn't sleep with him, but we thought about him. Whatever, it's what you make it. It's what you make it. And you have to be totally honest and have accountability for what you do. And like I said, every day you should be trying and making your business become one with your man, and spend your time, your free time with your man and not your girlfriends. And I say this all the time. So Coach K, I'm not agreeing with you on the girlfriend situation. The friend tip, I'm done with that. Friend and family, no, that doesn't work for me.
For the most part,
Not all your free time now. He always here. God,
I don't do the friends and family. Y'all, you know what? Each is to each his own. But I just try to keep my marriage intact and protected, and I don't do influences well. And TJ done heard me say this a million times. It's just I've seen so many things happen around me or on the outside. I hear so many complaints from different women and men about things that have happened. I'm just like, wow, it's real. It's a big thing. It's influence, and it can just sneak in. And once it's in there, the eyes get the rolling and roaming, and you'll just hear, you don't even know it until they already messed up. You don't even know.
Yeah. So now, Kira, we definitely get into that, because that's one of my points is coming up too. But let's get these vows out the way first, because that's coming. Woo.
If I may,
go ahead,
to Nikki, one thing about it, you can't want it enough for two people, and that's real. You can't, because I see that she said that, she didn't have a choice. He left her. So apparently he didn't want it as much as you did. Mr. Randolph was married before me, and he had been married for a long time, and the person was not faithful, but he was going to work it out. He wanted to work it out. She didn't. So you can't want it enough for two people.
No.
And if that's the case, it hurts.
It's a big fact.
It definitely hurts, but you have to move on. It doesn't mean that you didn't do in the sense of you vetted and all that kind of stuff, because somebody put you didn't vet properly. Kick rocks, whoever you are. Just kick rocks. Okay? You don't know this woman. Everybody got something to say all the damn time. You didn't vet properly. You don't know what the hell she did. Kick rocks.
Who was it?
What happened?
Pound sand.
I was saying that the other day, like that's other people's problem. I think that a lot of times people tend to be too outward focused, right? And they have an outward locus of control, which means that they're looking at everything that's happened to them, what this person doing, what they thinking, how they being, and they're not paying enough attention to what's going on here. And the fact of the matter is, I think you will get a lot more comfortable with yourself and with your life when you realize you don't even know who you're going to be in 10 years. So how you think you trying to figure out who somebody else finna be and what they like, that's just too much. Like, control the controllables and relax. Like I say, deal with it as it comes, because that's literally all you can do. You trying to figure out what they gonna do in 2 years and who they gonna be. You don't know. You literally don't even, like, if you look back to 10 years before, no one could have told you that you would be who you are now. Like, they couldn't have explained it to you. You would have never knew. So just relax, like, calm down.
And that ties in humility too. Like, when you can accept the things that you have no power over, and just let it go, like that's being humble in a sense, right? And that's being vulnerable, and that's super important for these marriages, for these relationships to work. And I think a lot of people miss that. They do not accept the things that they don't control, and they don't take the time to understand what it is, like the difference between what they can control and what they can't. Like they never do that introspection, and then they just end up a little bit bitter in a lot of these spaces, and it's just unhealthy. I completely agree.
And who are you being when you're trying to control the other person or control everything else? You're not present, and you're probably feeling or treating this your husband like garbage. And it's like, yeah, come back to here and stop making this story in your head. And of course, like, there's nuance in all of that, but let's focus on what you can control right in this moment, and especially within yourself, I would say.
Anybody else want to jump in on this one? Because I got another one that's about to, in the words of my brother, Sir Hill Speaks, it's about to take a turn. So anybody else want to jump in on this one?
I'm scared of the turn. I was going to bring it back to the vows and how important they were, but now I'm scared where this thing having to go. But back to the vows. The vows are truly, and this is me and my personal opinion. I tell you all the time, my opinion matters, but at the same time, it don't, because you can take it or you can leave it. But vows are pretty much so a guideline, and I kind of agree with Security Boss said earlier that that's a commitment between you and your mate, because to each its own. Each individual relationship is going to carry its own weight. And like you said, vetting, Cannon said it, vetting people, you can't vet people 10 years and how they're going to behave. And that's one of the reasons why I stated earlier, I don't want to find nobody I got to grow with or grow up with and raise nobody else's son. I got my own boys. I'm doing that. I want to meet an adult who not so much have figured themselves out, but have pretty much made it or arrived, to a certain degree, in life. You pretty much arrive, you ain't still going around trying to figure out whether you still at your whole phase or your bro phase, and all of that other stuff. Because there's nothing wrong with having friends, and friend girls and all of that other stuff. But at the same time, when you meet that friend in your mate or in your soulmate, that's that individual. Yeah, you might have friend girls you go kick it with from time to time, but the better part of your time, even when it's free or not, you want to spend it with that person. And I know a lot of women don't like to hear the fact of being submissive, but me personally, I want to be a little submissive. I want to spoil my man. I want to find that person that I don't mind coming home to and, oh, what you need, what you got? Oh, let me tell you about work. Oh, child, let me this was ghetto. I want that person. I ain't got to pick up my phone and call my friend girls. And granted, I'm going to give my friend girls the tea too, but I want him to be the first person I say, oh, baby, let me tell you about this fool over here at work. That person, that's where that friendship should lie, and those vows are important because not only do you have those, and vows, keep in mind that they're faith-based. If you run into a person that ain't faith-based, those vows ain't going to mean no bit of good. So you have to keep that in mind also. So, but then also women, and not speaking just in Nikki's case, Nikki was sick. And so I ain't going to touch that at all, because she mentioned that in the comments that she was sick. Let me tell you something, women. If your man been with you 10 years and after 10 years, then he just starting to step out, what you did? I ain't saying it's your fault, but what you changed up? How many pounds you picked up? Are you spending more time with your friend girls than your husband? Are you not giving enough head? You know what I'm saying? Are you being very selective when you get mad at your friend and you mad because he didn't take out the trash the way you wanted to or didn't buy, and now here it is. Now you holding a nookie. Men have a short attention span, and all it takes is, I'm talking about y'all, man. I'm going to say it to your face. Y'all attention span is yay short. You cut them off with a little bit of something, and guess what? They get wandering eyes. Women are very loose nowadays, and I'm talking to those loose ones. And sis, you can say something to me if you want to, but y'all love to prey on married men because y'all know y'all ain't got to worry about the commitment. Y'all know he gonna go home, so you just trying to get your little bag or your little, Valentine's Day gift. What is the day after Valentine's? You just waiting on your little gift or your couple dollars, your $40 to come through. You just waiting on that, and that's enough for you. Okay, so some women prey on married men for those reasons. So women, when your husband, your boyfriend, your fiance, even while you still trying to grow with him, you mad at him, stop putting that man out, tell him to pack his the garbage bag. Because guess what you're doing? You providing that window of opportunity Even in a marriage, when you putting that man out, making him sleep in the garage and on the couch and all of that, you providing that window opportunity. Negro, you better roll over and tangle your legs up between mine, because ain't no going downstairs and strolling on no phone so you can watch TikTok and people walking in the room with their tool out. You know, I don't need you to watch that. And we need you to sit right here with me. We're going to watch.
Yes.
So, and I'm not saying if a man cheating is his responsibility, but her fault. I'm not saying that. So don't take what I'm saying loosely. I'm saying women and men alike. Okay. If your mate start cheating on you after several years of being married, some dynamic has changed in the relationship, whether it's financial, whether it's communication, whether it's sex. Something has changed and you need to stay in tune. Like Security Boss said earlier, stay in tune with your mate so you can know when the shift happens, because you'll see it coming. You know, we have our blinders on. We try to act like things didn't change up, but you need to see when it's coming. And once you know that person, once you're truly friends, you know when that person's attitude begins to change, you know when things get ready to shift, you see those things coming, whether you have those blinders on or not. You notice it, you just say, and keep on past it. Pray for that spirit of discernment. And y'all,
that's why I also think it's important, piggybacking off what you said, that people are in the marriage with intention. Because I can guarantee you one thing about the marriage, it's gonna change. It's gonna change. It go through seasons. It definitely does, right? And you don't necessarily know what they're gonna look like. And I mean, in a perfect world, I think that we would all have the foresight to know when we're about to hit a season or when we're in the middle of one, but that's not always the case. But I think the thing that keeps the marriage together is if both people have that intention and can and have some integrity, right? Because one thing I always say, I'm not going to let you turn me into somebody I don't want to be. So I'm not doing stuff because you did stuff or because you asked. No, who am I? Who am I when no one is looking? What is my intention? What do I have a bigger purpose in this marriage?
You have to know yourself. You have to know yourself before you embark on any of this.
Yeah, like if you have people that are doing it, it doesn't matter if you're going through a depression. It doesn't matter if y'all not speaking at this moment. It like all of that stuff. It's like you can sit down somewhere and be still and say, okay, this is what's going on. We need to do this, or what's the next or whatever, instead of just going over to the next thing that feels good in the moment, right? Because that's what people's downfalls be at the end of the day, you know. And then they looking back hindsight.
Can somebody mute? I hate to interrupt, but can somebody mute, because there's some echo in somebody's mic.
Somebody got some background noise.
Yeah, it's like some shuffling. I'm not
sure. It sounds like somebody shouting after Queen Smiley and preach that sermon. That's what it sounds like. But
I totally agree with Cannon. Cannon's saying the same thing. You have to know yourself before you embark upon any relationship, because it's gonna change, it's gonna shift. You know, things happen, the seasons happen, and that's what I mean. You have to make sure you don't have those blinders on, because we can't foretell the future, but we know when the atmosphere change, you know. So having a spirit of discernment to know when things are starting to shift, you know what I'm saying? The conversation starting to change, and then communication is key, but it's not just communicating just to get 1 or 2 points across, but it's communicating to get to a point of understanding, because you have to communicate to where you both understand each other's point of view and then agree to move forward. Even if y'all don't come to a consensus where y'all on the same page. Hey, we may not be on the same page, but this is how I feel. This is how you feel. I get your point. I get how you feel. I see how that makes you feel when I do this.
Yep.
Now, how are we going to move forward from that? So
and go to therapy.
Therapy. You hear me? Don't be ashamed to go to therapy. And I ain't talking about your friend girl either. Don't go talk to your friend girl, because misery loves company. That's another story.
Therapy no more, keep going. All right.
Now I will say this, guys. I want to welcome High Value Wives. She made it home safe, so I'm glad she's back, and also Family Values is in the house. Good to see you, ladies. So listen, like I said, in the words of my brother, this show is about to take a turn. So we have a lot of conversations. I've heard a lot. I know a lot of you guys probably heard it about girls' trips and circles and the women that the ladies hang around. What do you guys, when you're married, do you think that girls' trips are important? Do you think that's something that women need? Do you think it's okay for women to go on girls' trips when they're married? And so we'll start with Coach K and we'll go around.
Why do I have to go first? I think it depends. In my opinion, I think a weekend trip with another wife, probably she's a mom too. I think that's okay. You know, it's short just to not worry about anything. But like when I think girls trip, I think the typical like internet or like YouTube or like girls are going crazy like in Miami or something. No, I don't think that's appropriate. And why do you need it too? I don't know. Like, I don't know. That's just me. I don't think it's necessary, but I think vacations or, you know, a short or small trip with another friend or I'm a twin, so my best friend is my sister. So, I mean, that's who it is. But so it might look a little different, but yeah, I would say another wife and then that's it. So that's just my opinion, though.
Okay, then we'll switch over on the other side of the room. Family values. What are your thoughts?
I personally don't believe it's appropriate to go on girls trips when you're married, and I personally wouldn't want to go anywhere where my covering isn't there, my protection isn't there. So it's all about perception. Even if your mindset isn't to turn up, if you are leaving your family for, a few days, you're left leaving a perception of yourself that other people may see, okay, she's free game. And a lot of times it just depends on the places that you go. But most times when women are going on these girls trips, they're drinking and it's time to just unloose and unwind. And I just, personally don't think it's appropriate when you're married, because one, he's gonna be worried about you. Why even put him in a position where he's powerless to help you if something did go wrong, especially if you're going out of the city or the state. So I personally don't think it's appropriate, but everybody has their opinion about it.
Okay, so Ms. Cannon Hill, your thoughts?
That's like a thing. Girls trips, like people being like you can't do it or something. Like I don't know. For me, I just feel like we are all adults. So like my husband can go on guy trips. I can go on girls trips if I wanted to. Like it's about, I think, trust in a relationship and intention, and it's also about you're an adult, right? So no, like I hear what family values is saying. Like you're out drinking and doing things like this. Like I'm always well aware of my surroundings. So it's certain ways that I'm not going to behave and not going to be in certain spaces. But I think just to have this blanket idea that people shouldn't have time away from their spouses ever, or, have those larger networks, like even if it's like family members go on a trip with whatever, like I don't think that it has to, for me personally anyway, I don't think it has to be that strict where it's like no trips with your, like, especially you're gonna be married forever, like forever. I can't never go on a girl, like I can't never get away from you for a second. Come on now. So
yeah, go on the trip with your husband. You don't have to be stuck in the house.
With him, the kid. Sometimes you need a break. Sometimes you need a break. But that's what I mean about trust and intention, right? So I guess people cheat, people do stuff all the time, but you can't, that's what I mean. Like you can't operate or base your relationship in fear. And I'm not saying anybody's doing it. I'm saying in general, people like no guys trip, no girls trip, just generally because they have a fear that their spouse is going to cheat or do something they're not supposed to do. If that's the reason, then it's like they could do that anyway. There are other reasons.
That's what I was just going to say.
Network and spend time with people outside of your spouse other than somebody trying to cheat on you. Like there's genuine reasons why people would want to do it. So I think it's just based on a relationship. Like if you can't trust your partner to be out of your sight, then okay. I don't. I just have the energy to be trying to tell a grown person.
Right, and I'm gonna add this real quick, family value. So like one of the ladies told me that I was speaking with about this. She said we call it hot girl summer now. We don't call it girls trips, and so a lot of women refer to it as hot girl summer. The name of it makes some men cringe, but I want to make sure I add that in there because hot girl summer, girls trips, the circles of women that you hang around. So TJ Randolph, come to the altar.
Just to clarify, I didn't say anything about cheating or your partner not trusting you. It was more so of a protection thing. Even if that thought could be like she could be put in a position where, maybe, like I said, people may perceive her as free game because she is there drinking with her girlfriends. So it's not about not trusting each other. It's more so about the perception and, the honor you want to bring to your relationship. So it's, a lot of people go there and say, oh, well, if you can't trust me, then maybe we shouldn't be together if I can't go on this trip. It's more so for his peace of mind because he's your protector. And if he can't be there to protect you or, to help you get out of a situation, especially, like I said, if you're going out of the city, out of the state, I think it will make your husband uneasy for your own selfish needs when you could have free time without him, without leaving for days at a time.
So let me ask you this question.
Hold on, let TJ go. Go ahead, TJ.
Okay, I'm sorry, TJ. Go ahead. I just wanted her to answer that question. Whether or not, if it was all wives, would it be okay? Would that change your answer?
Yes.
If it was all wives going on the trip, everybody was married, would that change the answer?
I'm gonna tell you something straight up, no chaser. I'm glad that my friends who were married didn't think that way when we went on trips and I wasn't. Okay. Mm-hmm. It's, because we've gone to the DR, we've gone to all these different places, and some of my friends were married, some weren't. I'm glad they didn't take that position, or I wouldn't have went nowhere. So, it goes back to, again, how do you conduct yourself? Yes. When we were all out, and these are women I've known for over 30 years. But to that point, my one friend in particular, they've been together since they were 17. She goes on a trip every now and again, and then he goes on a trip every now and again. And they've been together for almost 30 years. 2 beautiful boys, that are grown. So, and interestingly enough, there was something all of a sudden I needed to go to Oklahoma City. I said, honey, I need to go to Oklahoma City for a few days. And I just went. And I saw some of my friends, that's not why I went, but I saw some of my friends from high school. So, and even when I went to take a trip to go down to Houston for the Lapeef thing. So my husband, again, I guess as I come out the city, I got my gun with me anyway. But, I guess I just look at it differently because, no. Like I said, I'm glad that they didn't think that way about me, or what, I don't want to go, because Terry's not married, what the hell? But but again, it's how I conduct myself and how my friends conduct themselves.
But TJ, how does that make you feel though? What does that do for you as a single woman? How would that have made you feel?
What?
Whatever. What the hell? You just said it. What is that? How does that?
Because I'm like, what does that mean? What you think of me?
Okay, so what do you think that we're saying? Because I think that way. I don't do single girlfriends. What do you think that we're saying about you? Or if I did that to you,
I think,
how did that make you feel?
It lends itself like they would think that I'm a bad influence. I'm gonna do all this reckless and irresponsible stuff, and I would put them in situations that they would have to explain.
So what if it was just simple as TJ is single with a totally different agenda, totally separate mindset, and I am married and my mind is totally different and my concerns are totally different from TJ's? What if it was just that simple? Nothing negative. It's just that your thoughts are totally about you. Whatever you do in the morning is about you. Whatever you do in the afternoon is about you. Whereas me, my thoughts include my husband and my family and myself. Meaning, just say, for instance, you might call me and say, hey, can you go get some Starbucks? And I'll be like, no, I can't do that because, girl, that'll be all right. What if you just said that? You see how innocent that was? You see how innocent that was? You'd be like,
but here's the thing. Security boss. If that was the case, it goes back to the character of your friends and the people you surround yourself around. I'm a single woman, and I can attest to how Terry felt, how Auntie felt. I'm a single woman. I had recently divorced, and this was when I was still in Louisiana. My son had just started a new football team. Okay, I'm surrounded by beautiful Black queens. Some of them are married, some of them in long-term relations. We're all down the sideline. Now I'm fine as a nice bottle of red wine. You hear me? But I don't think, I'm not bothering nobody. I'm out there thinking to myself, oh my God, look at all these beautiful queens I can connect with, because this is a new space for me and my kid. But I'm not getting invited into the things. They say, oh, we're going to have this, Miss Smiley, you want to come through? And I'm like, yes, please invite me. I ain't getting no real invite because I'm single and they married. And of course, they husband got wandering eyes, so they can't trust me in the circle. So that's an individual thing. You get what I'm saying? So how did that make me feel as a woman with pure intentions that are just trying to surround myself with strong queens? And here it is, my own sisters are looking at me like, heck no, I ain't trying to get close to you. Those are individual insecurities. And if you have friends in your circle who have intents, when you say, hey, honey, I ain't going to be able to go out because I'm going to cook my man something to eat. And she said, girl, I ain't going to worry about that. That ain't your friend.
Mm-hmm.
Because right now to this day,
Queen, that's not true. That's not true, because things that kind of influence, listen, that kind of influence will slide out. Listen, it could be so innocent. That type of influence. I just gave an example. Girl, come meet me at Starbucks. No, I got to cook dinner. Girl, you can cook in a minute.
That's not your friend that say you can cook in a minute.
I'm
sorry, security boss, because I'm still single and my friends are married.
But listen,
I'll call her and she say the same thing. And I say, well, girl, go ahead and take care of Tony. Call me later.
Yeah.
If I'm on the phone and I hear her in the background talking to her family, guess what I say? Girl, go ahead and take care of your family. Call me back later. That's what friends who understand the dynamics of a marriage, that's what they do. They scale back. Ain't no friend. And I'm telling you, friends, if y'all done did the shady stuff before, you're not a friend. If you done told your married friend, girl, don't worry about that. He'll be fine. No, he won't be fine. Let that queen take care of her king, because it's not all right.
Okay, so Queen, guess what? Queen, you
with her. What I was gonna say is that any single friends that I've ever had, like friends, like people who I consider close enough to me to be my friends, they be more about it than I be. They be like, girl, you better go do your husband. I be like, okay, girl, I don't even care. Like, stop. But so it is about your integrity and the integrity of the people that you surround yourself with. I just genuinely think it is. I know that it's people who are like that. But then I think that speaks to, what's your circle? Who are you?
Them.
Okay, so listen, we're talking about something as small as, well, let me say this before I forget. Queen, that could have been because you have been married before. So I don't know how long, because I often ask this question. Can a married woman that's been married, can she be a single woman again? Can your mindset go back to being single? I think that would be a very difficult thing. So that may be that may be who you are. You understand what I mean by that?
Mm.
We're married for so long, you may not ever regain that single mindset again. I don't know that, but that's been a question that I've been asking other women. Can you really honestly go back and be a single-minded person again? I don't think you can. So that's just that.
You're still going to be a nurturer. You're still going to be a nurturer.
I have no idea.
You can go back to being single.
You are single, but do you really put yourself first all the time like a single person that's never been married does?
Not when you have a family. Not when you have a family, but when it comes to a relationship, a lot of men, even in me dating in this space now, a lot of men call me selfish and stubborn because I'm a me person. I'm a me person. If it ain't benefiting me, if I don't see no future in it, I'm not doing it.
Well,
I ain't gonna.
That's a question I've been wanting to ask people, but let me get done with this. TJ, I was gonna go back to you. I'm thinking about
then after security boss have your wives, you are gonna hop in there.
Oh, let me just answer this question and I'll be done. Going back to the Starbucks, that girlfriend, that single girlfriend that asked you to meet her at Starbucks, she never had in her own mind, in her own consciousness, she didn't have any intentions. She just wanted you to meet her at Starbucks. And she said to you, come meet me at Starbucks. Oh, you can cook later on. They'll be all right. Now, are y'all seriously telling me that your girlfriends have never said something of that nature to you?
I'm telling you that I have cut people off that are too needy. I don't have needy. I can't deal with, you need to understand that I may not call you for 3 months. I can't deal with the needy, clingy. You can't need too much from me. So that has been weeded out a long time, probably a long time ago, probably even before I got married.
But you're saying it happened.
I mean, sometime in the past or something, somebody been too needy or something like maybe a long
I don't know if it's
time ago.
too
I don't
needy
know,
or
but
not.
that's what we did out a long time ago. Because again, I'm not about to be dealing with nobody who think I'm gonna prioritize nothing they got going on, period, point blank. And if you can't understand, we're all adults who got our own separate lives going on. I'm not even in that in the first place. Like, I'm not. Like,
Well, I'm just telling you.
I guess too, when I think about the trips that I've gone on, like I said, these are women that I've known for like 20 years. So it'd be different if, if I hung out with women that, I may have just connected with in the last 5 years. I mean, that's completely different. But again, these women, they've been in my life since I was like, a young 20-year-old. So like I said, I'm just glad that they didn't take, because some of them were married. So I think 2 of them were married, and then I wasn't, and another one was. I'm glad they didn't think, well, we ain't inviting Terry. She can't come because she's single. I'm like,
and let me say this real quick.
I'm just trying to say, I'm trying to get y'all to see that there is a major influence that's different from a single individual. Mm-hmm. They don't understand how you live. They don't understand what you need to do. They don't understand anything. And it may just be selfishness in the moment. It could be something that is so subtle that they don't see it, and you may not even see it until somebody points it out. Because you all are saying that you haven't. Well, I'm not sure, Cannon. I don't know if that was a no or it was a yes, but I dealt with it a longer time ago. I don't know if it's a complete no. I'm not sure, but I've seen it. I see it all the time. And I don't think the women actually know quite what they're doing. They just want what they want. And I'm telling you, it's an influence. And when you have influences, it will deter you off of what you're supposed to do. It comes in very subtle. Very so. It ain't got nothing to do with your husband with the wandering eye. It may not have anything to do with that. It could. It's just. I'm just telling you guys, influence is real, and just like we get wigs, we get our nails done, we buy different color lipsticks. We're getting this because we're influenced by something. So don't pretend that influence doesn't help us make our decisions. And all I'm saying, and I'm with family values on this. I just guard and protect my union with my husband. So I do not, I'm gonna answer the question, I'm gonna be done because I actually got to go. I do not go with the single girlfriends. I will go with the mother-in-law, other couples and things of that nature. But the single, I love my girlfriends that I've had in previous years. I still may talk to them here and there, but we're not hanging out. And they didn't do anything, but I'm not gonna, I've been in a situation where I got too comfortable and they did do something. And it could have been something as simple as sending me a D pic of what they did that Friday night. Now, do you really think that she thought she was harming me?
Yeah, that sounds like an overstep of boundaries. Why is you saying
No, that wasn't the question. No, listen, I'm saying, do you really think that she thought she was harming me by doing that?
I mean, who you thought I was is the question that you sent me.
But that's still after the fact. It's after the fact.
It's after the fact, but then also birds of a feather flock together. At some point, y'all had a connection to where that was appropriate, and now that you're married, it's
absolutely. When we were,
so
before I was married, as a teenager or 20 years old, you were exactly right. The girlfriend that I've had all my life, you're exactly right. But
so it was a level of comfort that she sent that out of, like, girl, let me show you this.
Exactly. So you understand what I'm talking about. But I'm married now. She wasn't trying to have a bad intention. It's just those things happen. It's all I was trying to say. That's my only point. Influence is real, and we got to keep it. We have to. Let me just say one more thing. You all are beautiful women. Men want you. And I don't want y'all to pretend that y'all don't want men, or you don't see an attractive man, or that you won't take note to an attractive man. Because I know for a fact, I see good looking, smelling good men all the time, and they're out there. So don't be weak and let one say, because nowadays, they can slide into your DMs and they don't need to have your phone number. All they got to do is push a button. And if you and your husband are at a bad moment or a weak moment, you might have one conversation, or it might end up being 2. This ain't got nothing to do with sex. It's just you're entertaining things. And I'm just saying, be careful. And this is what keeps me. And I think that's probably along the line. Family values didn't go that far, but it could go far. And, this is why, going back to what I can't remember the young lady said about the cheating and all of that. it all starts somewhere, y'all. It just starts somewhere. So
and I wanted to add, we were talking about this on a panel a few weeks ago. Adrian, and after this, we're gonna have your wives come in. Adrian from The Real, everybody's familiar with her, right? Adrian Halton that married the praise and worship leader or whatever. She went on a girls trip with our homegirls, and 2 were married. I think 1 was single, whatever. And she said she was sitting in the room relaxing. She just got off the beach, and she said the door opens, her friend comes in, the married one, holding the hand of a guy. And she was like, girl, what are you doing? And she was like, girl, don't worry, but I got you one too. And she said another dude walked right in behind him. And she said she had to end a 20-year friendship because her girl thought that she was about to cheat on her husband when they were in the Dominican Republic. And so and also on Facebook, there's a Facebook page. I think they took it down, if I'm not mistaken, where they upload videos. Men and women, they put the camera on women that have their wedding bands on, and they record them in these different places: Jamaica, Dominican Republic, Cuba, whatever. They record these women going to hotel rooms with men, dancing on men.
Maybe they ain't open marriages. That's the thing.
With men, and they just record them. And one girl got so mad at her friend. Her friend was like, "Girl, you don't need to mess with that dude." And she was like, "Girl, we on vacation." The girl took the phone out and just started recording her friend to hold her accountable. And the girl actually threw a punch at her and said, "Don't you record me while we on vacation?" Right? And she was married, right? So, and that's her Facebook page. I wish I could put it in the back chat so you guys can see it, but it's crazy. So, but anyway, High Value Wives, thank you for being here. Go ahead and give us your. I'm ready to hear what you have to say on the matter.
Okay, can y'all hear me?
Absolutely.
Okay, I would highly suggest that you guys seek the opinions of men on this topic, because when it comes to us as women, it really doesn't matter what our opinion is on it. This is where we should be trying to learn men. I sent this out because I had a friend that stopped by, and she stopped by around 9 o'clock and she stayed until like 2 a.m. in the morning. And her husband started texting her. He was upset because she stayed so late, and even said something to the effect of, "What kind of wife stays out this late?" And so I thought to myself, wow, okay, she's around the corner, but he still has an issue with it. So I called my dad and was talking to him about it. And he told me that a lot of men are not okay with these types of things as much as we think they are okay, because maybe they don't say much. But he said a lot of them are not okay with it. You'd be surprised. But what happens is men aren't expressing themselves out of fear of being shamed. Because if they express themselves and they're honest about how they really feel, they'll get called controlling. And that's a shaming tactic that's been used by women for years when men are trying to guide and when men are trying to lead. So to avoid that, they would just rather internalize it and say nothing at all. And so then I asked my dad, I said, okay, well, Dad, like if you saying men have an issue with women staying out late at a friend's house. She's at a friend's house. She's not even at the club. How do they feel about girls' trips? And my dad said it's nonsense. Once again, you'd be surprised how many men will agree to their wives going on these girls' trips, but deep inside, they really don't agree. And I don't think women take the time to really ask men, how do you really feel about this? Like, what are your real feelings? So that's my suggestion. I don't really have a lot to say about it. I do agree with family values. I'm not leaving the state without my husband. After that conversation with my dad, after having a conversation with my husband, I decided then and there that, forever, 50 years, I'm not leaving the state. And if I want to go on a vacation, it's going to be with my husband. If I want to go with friends, it's going to be with her and her husband. It'll be a couple's trip. But as long as I'm married, I've decided that the girls' trips, not for me.
All right. And so, okay. Yeah. Let me get you in here, Queen. So yeah, from a man's perspective, since she said a man's perspective, I'm the only one here. I can have a whole bunch I want to come up here, but I'm gonna leave them out there. At least stay out there. I think that some men do feel that way. Some men actually will say to their wives, "Oh, baby, that's fine." And while you're gone, he at the end of the bed like this. Because he's not going to tell you that, because at that point, like she said, most women will come back with that clap back. You're controlling.
Like I would be a Black Man Unfiltered. I've heard the ladies' opinions. I'd be more interested in what your opinion is. And this is what I do anytime, like if I'm at work, if I'm around guys, if we're having conversation, these are questions that I ask because I'm trying to learn men. I don't care about my opinion, how I feel. If I feel like we should go on girls' trips, if I feel it's control, it doesn't matter. I'm in a marriage and I have to make the marriage work. And the marriage isn't about me, it's about us. So I learn things from my husband. I learn things from my father. And when I have the opportunity to talk to other men, I ask similar questions. And so, like I said, I would strongly suggest the women on the panel, instead of getting wrapped up in how you feel and how the next woman on this panel feels, it doesn't matter. You're not married to them. Men are a completely different species from women. And it really does not matter how women feel about girls' trips. What matters is how men feel about girls' trips.
I think what matters more specifically is how your man in particular feels about it, right? And so I like what you said.
Ooh, that's where I was going.
That some men may say one thing, but they really don't mean this, then that. That's a communication thing at the end of the day. So again, you know, I don't think that it's about because relationships, I know so many different marriages. And everybody's marriage don't look the same. And it's not only one way for it to be successful. And people don't come from different backgrounds and have the same foundations or the same experience or the same. It's not just one way to do this thing. So you can't just say it's a blanket. Oh, well, how do men feel about it? It's like, no, how do your man feel about it?
Okay, now from a man's perspective, I'm speaking for the guys and having conversations behind the scenes with the guys. Most men hate it, but you'll never know it.
Well, that's just odd. Like I said, not to communicate with your partner. Like they won't tell you because relationship thing.
Right. They won't tell you because, and most men, they won't tell you because you can leave that there, man. So most men won't tell you because they don't want to walk on eggshells. They don't want a lack of sex. They don't want you mad at them for 3 weeks because they didn't go.
All of those sound like dysfunctional things, Black Man Unfiltered. Like you should be able to communicate uncomfortable things with your partner. I'm not saying it always works that way, but that is a relationship. Like you guys are not always going to agree. Y'all not always going to come from the same place or whatever. But if you find that you are in cycles with your partner, that whenever they get upset with you, y'all not having sex. It's this whole big thing. That's a problem. That's some toxic stuff. That's toxic.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second, guys. Hold on 1 second. We're gonna take a quick break. Everybody take a breather. Drink a sip of your wine or whatever. We got a super chat here. So Casey, I'm just gonna say Casey, all right? Because I don't want to butcher your name. So Casey, thank you for the $2 super chat. Yeah, he said most cheating happens on girls' trips. So we'll take care of that in a minute. But I want to do a super chat for him. So here we go, sister. This is the super chat, sisters. Here we go. Take a break. Everybody get a drink. We'll be back in just a second.
I'm back in my bag, yo. Conscious. ISO. Diamond. Back in my bag and I ain't gotta brag, I do this shit for real. When we was down and we had nothing, we had to share a meal. We put the shit in overdrive with no steering wheel. Shorty throw that thing back in a pair of heels. Yeah, she be riding on that thing like a Ferris wheel. Yeah, I love them dark skin, brown skin, caramel. You know I had to bring it to the hood like she Karen Civil when she keep on turning head. Cause when she walk that thing, jiggle, jiggle.
And we going back to back on them like we Huey and we Riley. This that back in my back flow, we back again so highly. This that back in my back flow, we back to change the climate. This that back in my back flow, we bring the force like Tommy. Back in my back flow. Back in my, yeah, back in my bag, yeah. I'm back in my, yeah, I'm back in my bag, yeah. I'm back in my, this is my, back in my bag flow.
Back again, yeah, we keep on stacking.
All right, thank you for that $2 super chat. I appreciate it. All right, guys. So he said most cheating happens. Put my preacher voice on. Most cheating happens on girls' trips. All right. So somebody was
most cheating happen at work. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about.
So high value wise, go ahead and respond. Oh no, I'm sorry. Family values, then high value wise. Go ahead.
What's your name? The one to the top right corner that was just speaking about girls' trips.
Cannon.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Candace.
Cannon, like the camera.
Cannon. Oh, that's cool. That's a cool name. A quick question. If your husband or boyfriend, I'm not sure if you're married or not, if he were to say, babe, I don't feel comfortable with you going on girls trips anymore. I know I said I didn't care, but it really bothers me. I'm usually really stressed out when you're gone. I don't know, it just makes me uncomfortable. It will make me feel a lot better if you just, I'll take you to the DR if that's really what you want to do. How would you respond to him?
I mean, I would respond to him like I respond to all of his concerns or all of our concerns. You know what I mean? Like if he genuinely tell me that he isn't comfortable with something, then I don't take that lightly, right? But I guess for me personally, it's just super hard. Like I am married. Me and my husband have known each other since we were 13 years old. We were friends for like a good 10, 12 years before we ever even did anything. So we literally, like when people like, we're best friends, like, no, we're literally like best friends to the extent, like I can't stand him, like that kind of best friend, not the cute best friends where y'all like Kiki. It's like the best friend, like I know all his everything, the deepest, darkest, like I can't stand him, but love him to death, right? At the same time. So it's like, it's just hard for me because at the same time, like I said, like we're adults. So it's like a certain foundation there where like he goes on trips, he does his, it's like we just can't be, because we know what our relationships look like. Like we have a lot of friends that we've had for a long time and different things like that. And just trying to like he just wouldn't be he wouldn't be worried because they're because it's like, and then a lot of our friends we're like all friends. So it's not like I got some strange friend that he don't know that he like, you off with these friends. I don't know. It's just, I can't.
Right. It was a hypothetical though. If he did tell you that he didn't want you to go, how would you react? Would you say, well, I'm grown, we're both adults, I should be able to do this?
Yeah. Let me put it this way. I always say that I feel like my husband is literally the only person that I could see myself married to, because it's just a certain way that I can't operate. And I can't operate in this space where I have to be like inauthentic for arbitrary reasons, like just to try to make somebody else comfortable. So that's just odd to me. Like if there's a genuine reason, then fine. But if I have to like
hold that, admin,
things especially that are innocent, that bring value to my life and things like that, if I have to diminish those and do all of that just because you're uncomfortable for no other reason, just because you feel uncomfortable, then yeah, that's a problem for me.
Okay, see, you proved our point that men are silenced because of your reaction. You would be like, no, just because of your feelings. You wouldn't be ready to sacrifice that for his feelings.
But I'm not talking about men. That's what I said. Like for me, like everybody's relationship is different, and people just like you and I are having difference of opinion right now. Mm-hmm. Understand that I understand what Black Man Unfiltered is saying about most men feel. He could easily say the same thing about what you're saying right now and say most women feel, but I'm feeling a different way than you. My husband feels a different way than that. so it doesn't.
But that wasn't. I think you're missing the point. That's not my point. I understand that your husband, y'all are best friends, and he's okay with that. That some men may be okay with that, and that's okay. But the point was that men do not express this because a lot of women, like you just said, would have a problem with that. So you're saying that not only your man is the one man that doesn't have a problem with that. Could it be possibly that he knows your stance and he knows that there will be a problem if he did say
no? I just told you no, and I just gave you a reason why that was the case. Like I literally just said, just like we have a different mindset, there are men that have different mindsets. They're not a monolith. So
right.
all I'm saying is that's why it's important to find partners that have a general kind of disposition that aligns with yours, like a kind of value system that kind of aligns with yours. That's why that's super important. Like sometimes people get together and they totally out of alignment in their religion, the way they a lot of things like that. And that does cause those type of problems. But I think that's why it's super important to find a partner, especially when you're talking about the rest of your life, that you can be in alignment with. That don't mean you're always going to agree, but that you can still be in some type of alignment with.
Now, and I want to say this real quick before you guys go, because I know y'all ready to cook down here at the bottom. Endo88 says, at this point, men know that girl trips are hoe trips. And if your man says cool, it's because he bringing someone back to the house when you leave. Endo88, anybody want to respond to that? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I would listen to him before I listen to the girl at the top corner or any other woman on this panel, because he's a man.
Here's the crazy part. Here's
That
here's the crazy part. Not, I don't mean to cut you off, but a lot of these opinions are coming from, especially from the men. And I ain't judging, because I know some women feel that way too, but a lot of it is coming from a place of hurt. You've been in a situation where you've been hurt before, or you've seen this, or you've witnessed this firsthand. You know what I'm saying? Individuality is important. So just because we become married, we don't have to lose ourselves as an individual. If traveling is one thing that you like to do with your friend girls, and that's something y'all been doing for years, just because you married, that don't mean you have to stop that. Your husband has to meet you where you are, because you're not going to make him stop tinkering with his motorcycle. You're not going to make him stop gardening or doing whatever he's doing. You're not going to make him cut his friends off and going to play basketball on the weekend or going to the gym. You're not going to make him cut those things off, because that's his individual thing that he does. We can't lose ourselves in becoming partners.
okay. Can I finish my point?
Of course.
Thank you. Yeah, so I don't know Indo 88. I'm saying that I would be more interested in what he has to say than women, because men know men better than women know men. So even though men do have different, differences about them, they have, different interests. There are some, in some respects, they're generally the same. And this is why our fathers were able to choose better husbands for us than we were, because our fathers know men because they are men. So when it comes to a topic like this, I would, like I said, I'd be more interested in Black Man Unfiltered's opinion, random guys in the comments. I'd be interested in the ladies on the panel who are married. I'd be interested in your husband's opinions. Hopefully they'd be honest. This is an arena where we don't really know how men feel. And so if inside it's not a good thing, deep inside, all they're going to do is internalize it. And this can show up in other areas in the relationship that you can't explain. Now you don't understand why, man, all of a sudden he's like coming home late. He used to answer my calls on the second ring. He used to answer my calls every time. Now it's I don't know, maybe it's getting a little weird now. Just little unexplainable things. When you do things like that and you don't care about how it affects him, he will internalize that. And that doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't disappear. So like I said, I would strongly suggest women on this panel stop being so opinionated. I'm so. What's your name in the corner? I want to address you by your name. Sorry.
My name is Cannon, like the camera.
Okay, Cannon. When Black Man Unfiltered was giving you some game, you had a little bit of pushback for that.
Yeah, and I'm going to continue to have pushback.
Right, but if I were you, I'd just ask questions, because this is the area where a lot of us as women, we're just not wise. We're not wise.
See, you're speaking for me. Maybe you're not wise about some of those things, but we only been on this panel with each other for about an hour or two. You have no idea what my background is.
Do you have wisdom as to how men really feel on the inside about?
I'm not concerned about men. I'm concerned about my man, my husband, is what I was telling you. So no, I'm not, because I'm aware that people are individuals, regardless of how you think that they all think alike, and people that's not my experience. So I'm telling you, I'm not concerned about Black Man Unfiltered's opinion on what he would want to do or what he wants his wife to do. I'm concerned about my husband and who he is and what he likes and what he wants. Okay, so I respect everybody's opinion on this panel, right? Because again, everybody has their own faith, their own walk, their own experience. I respect it. And so I'm not going to challenge anybody's experience. I'm just asking that you don't challenge mine either. I'm talking about my experience. We're not.
Would you take the opinion of your father?
We're talking feelings and experience.
Would you take your dad's advice?
Yeah.
Okay. That's not your husband, but it's another man. It's another man who is a man. So he knows a lot about other men. So you just said that you would take your father.
It's a man she knows and trusts. To me, that's a little different.
Yeah, generally about men as a whole.
Thank you. Thank you. We need to stop with the generalization. Men feel this way. Deep down, men feel that way. That's not the case. It's individuals.
But it's
We have to
taking,
leave room
it's
for
the, hold on,
individuality.
wait. But Black Man Unfiltered, I mean, let him, he's the man here. You
He
guys,
can say the man, but I know where Whitfield come from.
But
And
he
where
invited
Whitfield come
us.
from, we have
He
a lot
invited
of,
us
we
to
have
get our opinion.
right, but why, hold on, TJ, why does your opinion matter? You're a woman, you're not a man.
Because he
Why are
asked
you
for
not
it.
interested in Black Man?
Because he asked for it. That's why it's important. Because he asked for it.
Right.
No. I'm talking when getting down to the bottom of it, when trying to get down to the truth and learn men, why are you guys not more concerned about what Black Man Unfiltered says versus your own? Why are we clinging so hard
because
to our
he
own
asked us our opinion on it.
Right. Now let me say this. Let's take a breather real quick. Let's take a breather real quick. So I Excel gave a $10 super chat. He said he says there's another guy in the chat says saying it's odd sounds like shaming. He simply chooses to keep the peace and not come off as insecure. All right, thank you for that $10 super chat. Then also, I'm going to play one super chat song for everybody. Michael Richardson, $10 super chat. Black Man Unfiltered, thank you for keeping it real. I got you, man. I appreciate you, brother, for the $10 super chat. I appreciate you. All right. Let's see. Did I have another one? I think it was a third one. Let me make sure. I don't want to miss nobody because I want to make sure everybody. Oh, here we go. Talk Williams. He said, I ain't most men. Oh, everybody know Talk. That's my guy. He says, I'm not most men. Please, I pay for trips and I don't mind doing it. My ambulance would not be in silence at all. I deal with her reaction later, but I'm going to say it. All right. So thank you for that, Talk Williams. All right, as we take a break, I'm going to go ahead and give y'all Loose with Andy. Loose with Andy, come on in the dope.
Hey, Bill, I'm in the mood for a switch up. I hit the function, hit the rose till I hiccup. I hit the stage and leave with money that's a stick up. She picks up.
All right, Loose for Andy, broke a leg. All right, so anyway, guys, thank you again. So we're going to get back into it. Talk Williams, thank you for your comment, man. I appreciate you being here tonight, brother. I really do. All right, we got Casey back in here. Say, me and Pete game. They just don't want to deal with the repercussions of a divorce. Thank you so much again, Casey, man, for your $5 super chat. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. So back to the conversation, guys. I'll say from a group setting, being around a lot of men, as far as in different areas, not just church. Guys sitting in a circle. Because them guys at church, they very unfiltered. When you get them in a corner over by the barbecue grill, they get to talking. But then, you have men talking on these spaces, and then behind the scenes, and a lot of men just don't appreciate it. And a lot of men, a lot of women will be surprised at some of the content creators or men that would say, oh man, listen, bro, she can go, but I just want peace in the house, bro. I know if I say something, she gonna bring World War III. I'm just gonna shut up. A lot of men say that behind the scenes, but they're never. Listen, I know a man right now that him and his wife, they were together for years.
It goes both ways, Black man.
It does. It was a man together with his wife for years. They've been together 25 years, and they had this reckoning thing where they sat down and talked about things over their life on their 25th anniversary that broke them, that they never spoke about, and they want to do a whole healing in their marriage because they felt, some type of void. And so what happened, he said, he went to talking, and he told her, he said, listen, for 10 years, you used to leave the house and go away with your friends for a week vacation. He said, in those 10 years, I always supported you. I always wanted you to go. I always said that I wanted you to go. He said, but I want you to know something. I lied to you for 10 years. He said, when you left the house, it was a part of me missing. When you left the house, I felt like, I wanted to know, where's my wife? Is she safe? Is she okay? He said, it wasn't that I thought you were going to cheat on me. He said, just having you not close to me or in my vicinity, it creates a huge void for me in my life. He said, but I didn't want to hurt your feelings, or I didn't want for you to feel like I was controlling you and trying to keep you away from family. So I sacrificed how I felt so you could be happy. And she basically cried. I mean, she said, why didn't you tell me? He said, because at that time you were younger. You wanted to be with your friends. You didn't want to hear their stories. You wanted to be a part of their experience. And so I agreed to it based on the fact that I wanted you to be happy.
Yeah, the thing
That's love.
is that I was gonna say, right, again, if people talking about, and this is just my personal opinion, all right, like I say, we all got different perspectives up here, we all come from different walks, whatever. But if you talking about being in a marriage for the rest of your life, I think that this is why I say it's important for people to not be so outward focused and to be more inward focused and understand what's going on with you as well, right? So I don't always feel comfortable with everything that my husband is doing, right? But sometimes it requires me to check in to try to figure out where that's coming from, right? To figure out for myself, is this an insecurity for me or is this fair, right? And if I feel like it's an insecurity and it's not fair, I can express it, right? But that doesn't mean I'm gonna be like, well, you can't do it because I feel uncomfortable. And it should be the same way, vice versa. Like, we're not always gonna be comfortable with everything that our partner does because we all come from our own different experiences too. So, and what I'm saying is you don't have to hijack your partner just because you feel uncomfortable. Like, feelings are just that. They're feelings. And your feelings are valid, but that don't mean that they're right just because they're valid.
Can I say something? I just want to add, like, I'm not, we're all grown, you guys are going to think how you're going to think. I just hope that the women that are watching, I hope that you're not listening. I hope that you take Black Man Unfiltered's advice. I think it's very sound advice. It's funny that Black Men Unfiltered, my dad said the exact same thing that you said, and you even had a story to go with it. If you want to learn men, you would do well to listen to men. Men that you come across, close male friends, uncles, male cousins, men who are going to be honest with you. Learn men that way, but just be careful when you're around a bunch of women and they're talking about, I just feel, and women are not men. So no disrespect to anybody on the panel, but I think that this could be a danger to a woman who's listening.
But you did by saying don't listen. So you did.
Now,
her opinion.
Let me say this real quick. I put a poll in the chat. I don't know if you guys can see it. And mostly in the chat tonight, it's a pretty, we're unbalanced. It's mostly fellas. I see a few females. But I put in, are girls' trips okay? Yes or no? 61% said no, and 40% said yes. Now, I got another super chat here from Lou. Lou says,
the majority.
Lou says, the truth is most women do not respect men, even when you are trying to even when they are trying to protect you against yourself. I am a boss chick mentality. Anybody want to address that?
Yes.
I would like to.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Family values.
I would like to address okay, never mind. You want me to address this right here?
Yeah, you can address that. You can address both of them. Go ahead. You've been waiting, and then we get Blooming Ebony right after you, hon. Go ahead.
Okay. Because from what I'm hearing, it sounds like you guys or the idea of marriage is you both are the head of the house, right? Do you believe your husband is your head, your leader, and the one who, provides, protects, and keeps the family going? Or is that you believe it's just equal and you're the head and he's the head? Because we keep comparing, well, if he go, we're not the same. I'm his wife. You're laughing. Okay. I'm his wife and I represent him. And you keep talking about self. When you're in a marriage, it's no longer about you anymore. Your two becomes one. So that's where I see that there's a disconnect here in our differences of opinion, because I don't think you believe in the same order of marriage as a lot of other married women do.
I think it's the case because I think it's the fact that some may assume because we as Black women have an opinion, or our marriage or union may look a bit different than the traditional Christian marriage, that y'all assume that we're doing something different. The men are still the head of our households. The men still wear the pants. The men still say the final whatever they need to say. All we're saying is that each individual relationship has some individuality about it. So what? Who is this down at the bottom? Because the super chat covering it up.
Let me get the super chat.
No, you're fine. So high value wives, your marriage may look different than Cannon's marriage. That may look different than family values marriage. That may look different from Coach K's marriage, because all of y'all came in these unions as individuals. As y'all came to know one another, as y'all grew up on one another, y'all decided together to form a bond and a commitment to each other. And that's what it looked like in your household.
Well, I could agree with you if Cannon didn't say if he
here's what Cannon said. Let me clarify what Cannon said.
Let me finish saying what I have to say.
Sure.
Really quick, and then I'm gonna let you speak.
Okay, thank you.
What Cannon said was, even if her man told her that he doesn't feel comfortable, she would not comply. So that yes, there's an individuality. I understand that. But when you aren't willing to sacrifice for each other, that becomes is it a group thing? Are we caring about each other and what each other's needs and feelings?
So this is what Cannon said. Cannon said exactly what Black Man said about that man that was with his wife. In 10 years, he allowed her to go on that trip so she can maintain herself as an individual. Even though he loved her, even though it scared him, he allowed her to go still without killing her spirit, because he wanted her to. That was love. He did that out of love, not out of fear. Dang on, my wife ain't here, but because I love her, because I trust her, I'm gonna allow her to go, even though it pinches me just a little bit. I'm gonna love her enough to trust her to go and enjoy herself, have this experience, because I know my wife is coming back home. That's what Cannon said. So her and her husband has decided that we love each other enough that even though this makes me uncomfortable, I'm gonna give you your space. I'm going to give you your space to be an individual, because I'm not going to deny you from being Cannon. I fell in love with Cannon. I respect Cannon. I'm not missing the point.
No, because
I think you just won't grasp it because you're putting the faith on it and you won't deter from that.
I didn't say anything about faith. I said about.
But I'm saying that's where you're coming from, though.
Okay, I just let me finish really quick, because what I'm talking about is a hypothetical, not what it is that her relationship is today. I brought up a hypothetical that her husband did not want that and was not willing to sacrifice that. And
in her hypothetical, she kept it real.
Yeah, she made it clear that she would not sacrifice her fun for her husband's feelings. That's why I said it is dangerous to have this.
So you missed my point, because it wasn't about my fun. This is why I said what I said, that my husband is probably the only person that I could actually be married to, right? Because we do, just like she explained so eloquently, thank you, Queen Smiley, I appreciate that, is that it's more about the principle to me, right? I should not have to do something just because you have an insecurity or you feel just because of that. No, and you shouldn't have to do it either.
That's what I'm saying. That's not what marriage is.
I found a partner who is like that as well, because that works for me. If that doesn't work for other people, that's fine. But it's not dangerous. It's not anything, because I found a partner who feels the same way. And so we both get to interact that same way and we communicate that same way. Hey, just because I have an insecurity about this, I'm not going to make it your problem. That's the way we are. Other people may be differently. They may want to make their insecurity other people's problems. I don't, and he doesn't. So it's fine. So it wasn't about, I don't want to sacrifice my fun. It could be anything. And what I'm saying is, if it's rooted in someone else's insecurity, if that's the root of it, then that's something for you to work through, not me.
But that's not even what I said. It wasn't rooted in insecurity. It was rooted in him wanting to protect you. You remember? I said he didn't feel comfortable because he did not know where you were. He was not able to be there if you needed him. That was the scenario.
But y'all speaking from a perfect world standpoint, and this ain't a perfect world.
In this world where women can't move around without an escort, I don't know.
Okay, so guys, listen. We had this conversation. All right, so I had some guys call in. I got the first caller with a question that's just going to come up right now. Jedi Mike, my little brother from another mother, is in the building.
You had the Blooming Ebony. The Blooming Ebony had something she wanted to
I'm
share.
gonna get Blooming Ebony, and
They're
then
not
I'm
the
gonna have
host.
Blooming Ebony, and then Coach K, and then we'll have Jedi Mike speak right after. And we'll all jump in after that. Go ahead, Blooming.
I agree with family values and Miss High Value Wives. I think the point is, and this is a beautiful thing about information, is that we can use it to our advantage. Hearing that a majority of men feel this way and may not say something opens up an opportunity for us as wives, as future wives, to ask them, how do you feel when I go on these girls' trips? And if your husband says, to be honest, I don't like it anymore. I don't like it. You have to ask, okay, am I going to sacrifice that for his happiness, for our happiness, for our relationship? And I think the answer to that question should always be yes. Could you sacrifice that? And I think it should be yes. And I think that that rigidness is what kind of hurts a lot of marriages long term. And I think everyone's marriage is different. I understand that, but there's something really beautiful about having some grasp on what the majority of people are thinking, just so you can start asking those types of questions, so you can start learning about the person that you're married to. Because Miss Cannon, for example, your husband could change, right? What if right now he's okay with it, but in 3 years he doesn't like it anymore? Is that something that you would discuss? And that's more so where it's at, is like, are we being flexible and being willing to have that give and take in our relationships? I think that's very important. And I also think if you are embarking on a journey of being a homemaker, one thing that they say is important as a homemaker is to be present. Our husbands want us to be present in the home, and that takes a toll on them. And one other thing I talked to men about this, they said that it's really tough when like husbands experience, like when their wives experience new things without them. Sometimes that hurts them as well, because they want to experience those new things with you. They want to see those new things with you, and they want to see your face when they made that new experience happen for you. Like, they want to be the person that's moving the mountains for you. And there's something very special about that. And I wouldn't want to deny that from my future husband. So I agree with the ladies, Miss Family Values. And
What these men's is at? Point one of these men's is in my direction.
Hold on, Queen Swada. Coach K, go ahead so we can get Jedi question.
Okay, I'll try and be quick. So listening to all the ladies talk, I can pick out pieces that I agree with the two opposing sides. However, I would say that if my man is stressed or would feel uncomfortable or stressed while I'm gone, I would want to have a talk about that. Like, what's going on? Why would that be the case? And we can look at that and deal with that. Okay, so that's one. And then if he doesn't feel comfortable opening up, two things. Why is that? If I've been very reactive and combative in the past, okay, we got to deal with that, and I need to deal with that, and I need to be better, because I can't blame him for not wanting to open up. So that's something that I, as the wife, have to deal with, and start to be better, so that he can then trust that I'm going to be open and not want to fight when he brings me his concerns. Second, if he also doesn't want to, let's say that I am very understanding and I listen, and he still doesn't want to open up about his feelings, I can't pry. I mean, I'm going to say, hey, I'm here, and leave space for when he wants to tell me things. But basically, my whole thing is I want to make sure that he feels comfortable to tell me how he feels about things. And also, too, I think this is a very extreme situation. Of course, we're on a panel. We can't talk about every little, specificity. However, my man's in the National Guard, and he's gone. Like, he'll be gone for 2 weeks. What am I supposed to do? Like, he has to be okay with, where, that I'm home. Of course, I'm not going on a trip while he's gone. However, I am on my own, and I take the precautions to be safe, but I don't let other people influence me, because I have the decision. Ultimately, you can tell me things in my ear, but I have to decide to either agree with it and do it. That's all on me. And then the last thing is, yes, I'm a representation of my husband. And as such, let's say I do go on a trip with my twin sister. I'm still going to dress as I would as a wife. I'm going to wear my wedding ring. I'm not going out to the clubs or even entertaining anyone. So it's not like, white or black. There's definitely ways to go about this, but I think the wife in this situation, because we're all, women, we have to take accountability and, and find some understanding with how he feels. But at the same time, he can't be with me on my hip every second, but that's just, after listening to all of that, that's all I wanted to share. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now, Jedi Mike, welcome to the show tonight. All right, Jedi Mike got the first question tonight. Jedi Mike, what you got for the ladies?
Yeah, I didn't really kind of question, just like comment, because from a man's perspective, again, shout out like to Coach K. Like there's things that I can like nitpick on how I was hearing. One thing that as a man that I think that was emphasized, there's a lot of things that women, they try to work so hard to understand, like, well, men, we wouldn't do this because men, they want this XYZ. It's like, we're men, we know how other men operate, right? Now there's a point that in that story that Black Man Unfiltered gave that I do agree with, is that the fact that he was in a marriage with someone for 10 years and then said and told her, hey, I lied to you. That I have issue with that. As a man, you shouldn't be a liar, because men just do not lie. Like my definition, men just do not lie. But to the point to the discussion about whether I allow my wife, and I emphasize wife, to do things and stuff like that. There's a thing about boundaries that I feel like we didn't really talk much about in this conversation. Now, like what's your definition of boundaries is different from somebody else. Now, I also came from a place of structure. Now, my parents been married for over 28 years, and I can say there have been the things that, not only that my parents being a pastor, and not trying to bring religion into it, I'm just talking about structure. There's certain things that, a single life is over, right? There's the things that would come to an end when you are asking someone hand in marriage, that, hey, we put our single life, and now we are one. Now, to a point that I'm not trusting my woman to do what she want to do, I do understand what you guys are talking about. But there's a difference from saying, hey, I don't want you to go out here, instead of saying it's not about her. It's more of the influences of that around her, i.e. her girlfriends. Because if I say, it's not that I don't trust my woman, it's more of, hey, I know that every time when you go out with this person, she's on some stuff and she's making you do some crazy things, whatever. Respectfully, I don't feel comfortable you going out with her, out to this trip with her. Now, that's not insecurity. That's me being self-aware. Like, I'm paying attention who you hang around with. Just as I'll listen to my wife, knowing, hey, these dudes, they ain't doing nothing around me. You should, as a woman, you should be self-aware about the men I keep around my network, because that's also going to be influence on me. So this go both ways. So this is just a thing that I'll listen to my wife and tell me, hey, I don't like that type of men you're hanging around with. And that's not insecurity, because she's protecting her household. Anything I'm bringing outside, I don't bring home. So again, to that point, it's not about saying we are talking about generalization. I'm just talking about what's working in our culture. Unfortunately, what we're doing right now is not working. So, and you can say that we're falling out of order. To me, I see there's lack of structure. Now, what your definition of what structure is for you, go ahead. And to Cannon, she made a very good point. There's a thing about trusting your partner. You have the privilege that most people are not in a situation where they been in a relationship with their partner since they were teenagers, right? So you're in a very, very beneficial situation, because like your person inside out. But most folks here, I'm talking from just going out the rip, most people are not in that point where it's like they're heavily influenced. Your man inside out, and God bless you for that. But a lot of people, they just, again, in today's modern day, a lot of people are so tempted and influenced, and especially men and women. And I'm not trying to just put this on women too. Us as people, we're so easily leading to temptation, hence the dysfunction that we're talking about. So I'm just saying, as a man, I'm very self-aware of what you guys are coming from. But this is the point. I'm just trying to nitpick the things you guys are saying, because both you guys brought some valid points in the conversation.
All right. Thank you, Jedi Mike, brother. Thank you for being here tonight, man. Supporting me, brother. I appreciate you, brother. Jedi Mike, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for that, brother. All right, man. So any of you ladies want to so before we do that, I had a Mr. Bennett, one of the guys that comes through and supports me all the time, had a great question he put in the chat. And he said this. I want you guys to address it before I bring up the next guest. Paul Bennett said, hypotheticals aside, is the marriage working or not? 80% of Black women are not married. So what are we talking about? And a lot of men in the chat was like, this is the $1 million question. Ask them. So this is the question, guys. What are we? He said, hypothetical aside, is the marriage working or not? 80% of Black women are not married.
Most Black women will be married by the time they get over 40. Most Black women.
Is that the goal? Is that the goal to be married over 40? It's not mine.
I don't know if that's the goal generally, but I
don't think most people want to be married over 40.
I think that they do, because I think people are waiting longer to get married because they are doing other things. I think that's the way
they want kids.
And studies show that later marriages don't last.
People also holding off having children too, not just Black people, just in general.
Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Jones. I mean, Bloom, were you done? Okay, go ahead, Ms. Jones.
I was just saying that, and studies show that capstone marriages versus cornerstone marriages don't last as long, and they're not as fulfilling as cornerstone marriages.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to bring up the next guest. Hey, Ms. Jones.
Capstone versus cornerstone. What's that?
A capstone marriage is a marriage of a person who's 25 or older, and a cornerstone marriage is 25 or younger. Or 24 or younger. 25 and older is capstone.
Interesting.
All right, Dusto, you gotta go ahead, family values, but let me get Dusto. Go ahead.
To respond to the comment, I agree. Like, we've been doing it a certain way with this independence movement, this individuality movement with no structure, and it has allowed for the single mother, hood just booming right now. There's so many unmarried women, Black women in particular, because I'm reading the comments. They hear what I have to say about your husband being the head of the home, and that's called slavery, and that's being shamed and being thought of as weak of some, for some reason. But this is what has worked for years, for hundreds of years. And now that we veered away from that, we see the detriment that is happening on our communities because our homes aren't structured anymore. And we see that, our children are ending up in prison, and all kinds of things are happening from that effect, that domino effect, from not wanting to have that structure and not wanting to adhere to your husband's needs. And I think it is very important that we get back to, regardless of what religion you are, let's get back to our roots, because even in slavery time, when they stayed married and they still seen their husbands as the head, they still seen they didn't contend with him if he needed something or didn't like something that the women did, and they stayed together through all of those hardships. And now we don't have many of hardships at all, but we're not together anymore because there's no more structure in the home. But go ahead, Dusto.
Yeah, welcome Dusto to the show tonight. Dusto, what's your question tonight, my guy?
Before he goes, I want to go back to the other point real quick.
Absolutely, go ahead.
With respect to, do we consider the men head of household? I absolutely do. The difference between me at 51, when as a woman who did, I guess I'd be capstone, that met my husband at 51, versus me that would have been at 21 or 31 when I married my daughter's father. I know now that I would ask a man what he thinks, whereas that before I wouldn't, because I would make assumptions. So these conversations are important, to Blooming Ebony's point, because we know to ask, because a lot of times, particularly in our younger years, we think that we know, just like men think that they know women. So I think that is the difference. Now I would ask, and when it comes to my husband, I absolutely would. Now here's the thing. There's a time that if I was married, well, I can just say when I was married to my daughter's father, if he posed the question that he didn't want me to go, I probably would have had the attitude that, well, you're trying to control me. I probably would have had that attitude then. I would not have considered the aspect of something else. Now, I probably would. I would definitely consider if my husband would tell me that he's not comfortable with something. But see, that's the difference. As a cornerstone, as a capstone marriage, we both have been through life, and we don't mince words. We don't have time to play. We were very intentional because we were in our 50s when we met. So we didn't have time to mince words, to placate. This is what it is. And you in charge, sir. I'm a partner, but I'm the junior partner. You're the senior partner.
All right, Gusto. Well, Gusto, what's your question for tonight, my guy?
Well, first of all, I just wanted to say this is motivating in multiple ways. One, some of you that speak, let men know this is what can happen if you actually do get it right. Like this could be the spouse that you're coming home to, and this is how they think. And the other stuff that's said lets people know this is what happens if you screw up. You'll be stuck married listening to this when you come home. Yeah, it's a damn shame some of the stuff I'm hearing. I just say it straight up. The question is why? Really? Black women gonna be all married by 40? To who? You know these ain't wives out here in these streets. You know
It's not
that.
my opinion. That's the facts. Look it up.
Yeah, and when I look up, I see I'm not even, no, I ain't gonna go in.
He about to do. I know what you're about to do.
I'm going light tonight. I'm going
Yeah.
light. I'm gonna just shake my head. Who's gonna marry these women? And are they fit for marriage? Thank you. You already answered it. You already did.
Well, I have to say I don't necessarily agree with Ken on that. I mean, as far as that research, I really don't. I don't agree with that, and I'll tell you why. Because again, I did not anticipate when I was in my 30s I would have the challenges that I would have getting older, meeting someone to marry. Now, the fact that I had to do some retraining of my mind, being a military officer, and that mindset of being in charge of stuff and controlling things, that aside, I did not anticipate it being difficult to meet someone and be with someone as I got older. So once I got to a place, particularly in my mid 40s, I had resigned myself, particularly after 40, that I may not be married. I wanted to be married, but I knew I did not have as many prospects. And the reason being is because with the changing of technology, with the changing of how people interact, I was not out and about as much in my 40s as I was in 20s and 30s. So your opportunities to meet people are just not as plentiful. So for me, I had to really consider the fact that I might not get married again, even though I wanted to.
Well, you made a decision to get it right, though, right?
Well, after many failed relationships and wondering why, yeah. So ultimately,
And
yes.
another question, just be honest. Would you as a man, would you marry you prior? The you in your 20s and 30s, would you marry that person?
No, because I was the finest thing walking and you couldn't tell me shit.
Accountability. I appreciate it. And you figured, no, I'm saying, just reality. She went and figured it out. She went and got her man. It's cool.
It's crazy because listening to this, and I can only speak. Cannon said a key thing earlier. Everybody have their own experience, and for me, I was the opposite of Auntie. Even though I was a brick house, even more so back then, I married young, and that was my hope that I stay married, and this was going to be a long life endeavor, and this is what I was going to do. I was very submissive to my husband. He was the head of household, regardless of what we were bringing in financially on any accord, because I was a military person as well, but I still allowed him, you know, that power that I supposed to give to my husband. And I gave him all of that from the time we were together, from the time when we separated. This man finally moved out the house. He never fixed his own plate. He never ran his own bathwater. He never done any of those things for himself because I was a wife. And now I'm on the flip side of it when I lost all of that. And it was due to infidelity and poor, financial management on his part. And I ain't gonna say, and if you listening, you know you did it. And I ain't judging because we talked about it, and I met his new wife. He's remarried, they've had kids and all of that. And we're all cool, because of course we had to co-parent together. But that was just the reality of it. I went into something with somebody who truly wasn't ready for that longevity. Did that kill my hope for maybe one day it'll happen again? No, it didn't kill my hope, but I find myself on the flip side of it, looking at this pool now, and I'm very selective of who I'm going to give that back to. You know what I'm saying? Because I want to give that to a king. But if you ain't no leader, if you can't lead me, if you can't guide me, if I can't put my total faith and trust in you, what I'm going to do with you? I don't need nobody selling me no wolf ticket to kind of sell me no dream. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to allow that to happen. And neither will I dumb myself down to be something that I'm not. Now, at this point in life, I know exactly who I am. I knew who I was then, but now I know exactly who I am. I know what gives me peace, you know, and I need that individual to bring me that peace, just like I'm going to give him that peace, you know. I want us to be on the same page.
I just got one word for you. Individual.
Happening.
No, individual. That's the same thing as single.
No, I'm Sylvia. Just so I can marry you today, and I'm still gonna be Sylvia tomorrow. You know what I'm saying?
Trust me, you can't marry. You can't.
I won't, Dusto, because I ain't letting you sell that stuff on discount. You be slanging.
You can't.
You know.
And I would just like to speak on
well, go ahead.
Go ahead. Dusto, you got anything else, Dusto, before you go?
Yeah, I was just gonna say this.
And family value, you can go right when after
men who are husbands, men who are potential husbands, who actually want to lead their households, provide, protect their women, and all the other YouTube talking points that they keep beating to death. I'm really getting, you know, how I'm about the YouTube talking points. But the men who want to, they create spaces for this. They do the work, build themselves, and create a space for a wife to come into. Meaning they compromise. There's already, okay, I'm not going to watch football 6 times a week. I might only watch 1 game. And I'd like my spouse to sit there and watch with me. Meaning the men are already coming in the gate saying, you know what, I could go out and have bang out sessions in Brazil or in Vegas, but they're already coming saying, you know what, I don't want that. They're already saying, you know what, I could park in the drive, but you know what, I want my wife to park in the garage. They're already doing that, and it's already expected in their mind. So why is it a compromise or pulling teeth? Even a conversation when you're talking about girls. Why is it even a conversation? Or what type of people you're trying to marry? Or is it 2 individuals? You might as well just be roommates. Just everybody do whatever you want. I'm talking about actual marriage. Something.
I don't think at any point in any conversation that we've had that there's going to be no flexibility whatsoever. I don't think, even speaking from Cannon's perspective, I don't think at any point Cannon has ever said, I'm not going to be flexible for my husband. Nobody said they're not willing to be flexible. And I think that's what everybody's missing. Everybody's pretty much saying the same thing, that each individual household does what they do, however they do. However you communicating with your partner, that's how you're communicating with your partner. That flexibility lies within that relationship in itself. We're not saying that Black women are not able to be flexible. It's not that we're inflexible. It's the fact that you have to have a conversation, and that conversation has to lead to understanding. It's not hard. Thank you. It's not hard at all.
I'm telling you it was hard.
You hearing that because that's what you want to hear. You want to hang on to the key words that you're hearing, and you want to hang on to them. Nobody said, I'm going to get in a marriage and I ain't going to be flexible at all. Nobody's ever said that.
So, Dusto, you got anything else?
You know?
Why bother? Family values. Some of y'all, TJ, Coach K, Bloom and Ebony, high value. I appreciate y'all speaking. Tell these women something. Tell them something. They ain't listening. What is it called? The wives are speaking. Please continue to speak. I'll be in the dustosphere if y'all need me.
All right, man. Captain Dusto, man, I appreciate you for coming in tonight, brother.
Hey, Black Man
Unfiltered. The hubris of some of
Yeah.
these men, like, that is insane. Like, for you to literally come up here and then try to say, like, I am a married woman, sir. Thank you very much. Like that.
My husband, he wants to say something. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Come on in, brother.
How y'all doing, panelists and host?
Hey, how you doing, man? Good to hear from you, brother.
Thank you. I just wanted to say I've been overhearing the conversation, and what's happening is something that Kevin Samuels pointed out that happens all the time when dealing with certain individuals, but oftentimes women, is that they will hyper focus the conversation on exceptions and focus on the mention of individuality. Every relationship's different is an exception. Why is it that? Is because research, real research, human beings studying human beings, they found out People are more the same than they are different. So that means when you have a general a general thing about a person, it's more often true for the majority than it is false. And so if the majority of men say they do not like this, but women are still doing it, then that means likely the reality is it doesn't matter what individually is happening in individual relationships, because that's still not outside of the rule. So you may think it's an exception to the rule because your husband is different from that person's husband. He likes corn on the cob and he likes corn straight. Their preferences which makes them different, but for the majority of people on certain topics, they are more the same than they are different. And so every time I hear someone say that it all depends upon the relationship, that is both true and not true. And in this topic, it is not true. And what makes it not true is the simple poll that was given. The majority, the overwhelming majority of just men polled on this show said that they disagree. So what about the United States? I guarantee that starkness in the majority would be higher, and that low number of the minority would be lower, because there's more numbers, more people to include. And so, yeah, I just want to throw that point out there, that every time someone makes the argument that every person is different, it's misleading, because that is true. But the numbers show that on this topic, whether all these people who are polled are different, they are individuals. They're different from one another. And yet they unanimously agree that the girl strips thing is not something that they're comfortable with.
Absolutely, man. Appreciate that, man. Thank you for being here, brother. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. I appreciate that wisdom, brother. All right, man. Well, hey, we had a guest within a guest. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to bring up the doctor himself. I don't want to misquote him anymore. Dr. Eugene Steele is in the building tonight. Dr. Eugene Steele, what is your question, my guy? Oh, no. You got his mic does that a lot on platforms. Hey, Mr. Eugene, go out and come back in. Go out and come back in. You got the Mickey Mouse going tonight. It does that a lot, guys. He'll be back. He'll be back. Yeah, I'll bring you back up when you come back. It's still doing the Mickey Mouse. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me go ahead and bring in. It's only fitting. It's only fitting to bring him in. To the music, because he's more on the side of the he came right back in. Good job, Eugene. Say something. There we go.
Do I sound like the chipmunk now?
No, you good. You good. Go ahead with your question, my brother.
Okay. Before I ask my question, I want to say that I have been all over these YouTube streets now, listening to different content creators, and I've learned about relationships, what they made me reflect on my past, what kind of man I could be, and what kind of husband I could be. And now I'm listening to a collection of women who have been married or are married, representing different generations. And it is so great, to listen to all of you. Now, all over these YouTube streets, especially, I've been shown videos and seen a lot of women who seem to have so many misconceptions about submission. And one thing I want to ask you is, if you are face to face with one of these women coming to you with those misconceptions, what would you tell her?
That's your question.
What if a woman?
What misconceptions, though?
Yeah.
You have to be specific to what misconceptions.
Well, something like, I have to be a slave to that man. I lose my freedom. I I'm not as free as I want to be, or something to that effect?
I would say that they have the absolute wrong idea about submission. Because submission, there is much freedom in submission. I'm a very submissive wife, and I get heard because my opinions matter to my husband, because I've earned his trust, I've earned his respect. And when you're a submissive woman, honestly, just throw it out there, I get my way more because I'm able to communicate to my husband in a way that works, a way that he could hear. And even if he may not respond that day, he'll come back to me a couple of days later, like, okay, babe, I thought about what you said. And because I didn't nag him about it, because I didn't force my will upon him, he was able to collect his thoughts and think about me and my feelings. So I think there's a big, huge misconception about slavery. It's an honor to take care of my husband and to be under his headship. I'm protected. He solves every problem that I've ever had since I've met him. I don't worry. I'm not stressed. I'm not aging like I was before I met him. Like, I am genuinely happy because I don't have to worry about the everyday stresses that a lot of independent women have to deal with. I don't answer the door. I don't have to do things like that because I have my 24/7 bodyguard here with me at all times. So I'm so secure in my place that being submissive is not even a sacrifice at this point. It's my honor to do.
Oh wow!
Can
Thank
I
you,
speak
Mrs.
on that also?
Yeah,
real quick?
absolutely, Coach K. Go ahead, sweetheart.
Looking at submission as like slavery or being controlled, that's almost like if you're going for some type of goal and if you're disciplined, and there's a quote, discipline equals freedom. So what does that allow you to do? So if you can look at it like that if you want, but let's be honest, if you are submitting to your husband, I'll speak for myself. If I'm submitting to my husband, which I will be, this is actually something I want to do. I'm not going to act like, oh, poor me. Like, this is so hard. Like, because that you're missing the whole point of why you're doing this to begin with. So I just don't think that's a useful way. If a woman said this, that's just not useful. Like, you're choosing to think about it like that, and you can, but that's not sustainable. That's what I would say to her.
And just really quick, if I may add, submission was not easy for me. I grew up in a single mother home where I was very much so independent myself. So I'm not saying that I'm perfect. It was something that I had to learn, because at first I had the same idea that this is oppression. This is like slavery. This is not fair. But once I finally said, okay, I'm just gonna surrender and see what happens, the what I see happening after that was like, okay, this is the way of life. It works. When I was contentious, nothing worked. When I argued every little thing or had something to say about every decision made, it created more problems. So I'm not coming from a place of perfection. I still work on it today. But the point, all I'm saying is that it's freedom in it. And if you give it a real try, you will find out that is so much peace in your home from that. And your children benefit as well.
All right, man. Thank you for that. I appreciate that.
Can I add something to that?
Yes, ma'am.
I jotted down something. I think that submission is freedom, and I did not know that. Again, referencing my former, the late Kevin Samuels, a former Millwood Falcon and a fellow OU Sooner. When we were in our 20s, I was one of the deltas that he was probably talking about that will argue you down about submission, because I thought it was a 4-letter word. And I'm like, what the hell you mean? So I think it comes from ignorance, quite frankly. I think it comes from ignorance and not really understanding what it means. And I have to admit, for many years I was ignorant. To family values point, it's interesting after being raised by a single mother, after being a single mother and being an officer in 2 branches of the military, I didn't know how to back off. I didn't know how to do that. So it was something that was difficult for me, even, the opening of the door. But once I did, like family value says, surrender, I have never been more joyful. I have never been so free. I've never been so relaxed. And this is just not me saying it, it's people that have known me for many years that seen me in various relationships, to include my daughter's father. So it's just a lack of understanding. Again, there's freedom in it. And it's to that point, I don't have to worry about anything. I do, and it's something that I thought I wanted, but I didn't know that I needed. And it's interesting because not having to think about everything myself, I can defer to him. I can defer to my husband, and I don't have to think about it. Whereas before I had to make all decisions and I was freaking tired. But what I also had to learn is I don't have to press the issue, because again, I would press the issue, and that's part of learning men, but specifically my man. Because again, when we want to talk about everything right now, and that was me. So I had to learn how to dial that back. But I think what I would tell a young lady, again, and my daughter is married, she's been married longer than I have, is it is freedom in it. It is, don't rob yourself of that. And it's not indentured servitude. And you will find that once you are submitting to your husband, he submits to you, because I get everything I want. Everything.
My Lord. Well, thank you for that. Those wonderful words. My brother from another mother, SECURITY Speaks, said you're doing a great job, bro. Black Man Unfiltered. Thank you, my brother. Salute to the ladies. He's speaking to you ladies tonight. Thank you so much, SECURITY Speaks. That's my brother right there. All right, Mr. Eugene Steele, Doctor. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna call you Dr. Eugene Steele. Do you have any other questions for the panel before I bring up the next guest?
Yeah. Before I leave, I want to say right quickly, if I get a chance to marry somebody, I want to do something to make clear to my wife that, I'm your husband, I'm not your master. Thank you for your input, and wonderful show.
No, thank you, Doctor. I appreciate you, brother. I look forward to seeing you in the streets, brother. All right, man. Have a good night, man. Dr. Steele, ladies and gentlemen. All right, guys. So listen, I got the next person I want to bring up. I know he's gonna have a quick question. We got 3 more guests, guys, and we're gonna be out of here. I got a guy that's gonna come up right now. He's more of we were talking earlier about men that take this. I'll let you guys see him in a second. He's gonna pop up here in a minute. I'm gonna let y'all see this for yourself. So let me pull him up, but I got to bring him up to his own music. I got my own soundtrack for this guy. So let me pull it up real quick. Oh, here it is. I found it. Here it is. Ladies and gentlemen, have no fear. Captain Save-'em is here. Give it up for him. Give it up for We On Lock is in the building tonight. So what's going on, man? How are you tonight, my brother?
We got to talk, man. We really got to talk about that music.
Yeah, that's your soundtrack, brother. You come in here, guys. It's an inside joke, guys. He comes on Barbershop on Friday nights. Also, if you guys have, your husbands are not doing anything on Fridays, we have Barbershop Talk where we have men talk on Fridays. So if you're interested in that and want to hear some things high value wise about from the men, Friday night, woo, it goes in. But anyway, We On Lock. What do you got? What question you got for us for the ladies today, brother?
It's just a comment. If I will it will be quick and simple.
Okay.
When on my channel, I promote balance. Okay, balance with, I would like to see the man and the woman come together in holy matrimony, and it skyrocket over to a certain percentage that it would like marriage and the ending in divorces. I want to see more marriages. I want to see more marriages when from what we're 2022 to 2025. I want to see a marriage increase within 16% if we can do that. But the only way we can do that is we promote more spiritual like type things. God comes first in my life. I don't know about this whole I don't know about this whole thing about submissive. I'm submissive to my wife. She's submissive to me, but it's not included with if God is not in the picture. It starts with a triangle. God is the head. We are the overseers of everybody in between, including our kids. This is including our kids. This is including the whole community. We start with our kids first. Our kids come first.
Oh, hold on, because I can't have you spewing that because I know the guys are going to chastise me. So I have to correct you. The triangle is that's not how that works. How that works is there is God, and then for the believers, there is God, and then there is the husband, and then there's the wife, and then the wife is over the children. She's the help to the husband. That's
okay. So if the wife is not there, sir, then who is the overseer of the children?
What she has to see. That's the problem that we're running into in 2022. They're not there. So what I'm telling you is that if the husband is there, listen to what I'm saying. God, husband, wife over the children. She's the help to the man. Now, if I'm in the rearing of my children, absolutely, I'm in the rearing of my children, right? Because my wife is to nurture them, but I am to guide them. So it works together, but that's the natural order of things. If you are a believer, I'm not going because everybody don't believe that, but if you're a believer, that's the natural order of things. Absolutely. So go ahead. I just wanted to put that in there. But go ahead.
Of course, and I'm with you. But again, if for example, if I'm not there, we were talking about leadership. We were talking about leadership, for example. Who's the leader? Who's the leader? Who's the leader of this? If I am not there, if something happens to me, who's the leader then?
Hold on. Well, you also just said the kids come first, right?
No. I said God is here. Me and my wife are right here, and I look, and we are the overseers of our children. But if I am not there, and we talk about leadership all the time, who is going to be leading my children?
Okay.
The wife is going to be leading. The wife is going to be leading my children until I come back.
Now, when you go, hold on. Let me give you an analogy because you know me and you do this all the time. If you go to your job and there is a supervisor, and the supervisor calls in sick, the team lead takes over. But the team lead is not the supervisor. The team lead plays his part. Let me say it again. If you go to your job, if there's a supervisor and the supervisor calls in sick, the team lead runs the team. But the team lead knows I'm not the supervisor, but I'm just going to run the team today. That's what that looks like. I'm giving you a visual of what that looks like.
I just believe that a man and a woman have to be leaders in their relationship, in their families. Yes, the man carries the bulk of the load. The man has the shoulders and the muscles and everything like that. But I just feel that without the woman being there, without the nurturing of the woman, without the respect of the woman, without the caring of the woman,
right?
We'll just be just another version of ourselves. We're a mindless version of ourselves. I just think we need to come together as one accord. That's what I believe. Come together as one accord, man and woman to create one family, one community. That's what I believe. Any man in any other space, any other spaces can believe whatever they want to believe. I just feel without a man being with a woman, and without a woman being a man, we're lost. And especially without God being in our lives. I don't look in any other spaces and they'll talk about God or talk about spirituality. No, It's just a woman needs to be submissive. A woman needs to be submissive. This is the reason why we're not getting married. Oh, really? So when does God come into play? When does God become our first choice and not our last choice?
Well, you have women on
God
the panel.
was the one who said it.
Right there, you go. You took it right out of my mouth. Hey, go ahead, Sugar. Go ahead. You took it right out of my mouth. Go ahead. You're right.
Sorry. Yeah. These were things set in place by God. Submission did not come from man; it came from God. So God set this up, not man.
Okay, I believe that. Okay.
So are you saying that as a man, you aren't the leader and you aren't the head? You both are?
I believe I am the leader, but I want my wife to lead as well. I want to train my wife just in case that I'm gone, just in case something happens to me. Because sometimes we have a differences of opinion.
I said the head, not leader.
I'm sorry?
She said the head, not leader.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Do I believe I'm the head?
Only one head.
Of course. But if I'm the head, then is my wife the neck?
No, the scripture doesn't say anything about a wife being a neck.
This is according
that's
to
something
one.
that black women made. Black women made that up.
This is according to one Courtney Michelle. So I believe her. I believe her not lockstep, but I believe her accordingly when she says that if
it came from who?
I'm sorry.
It came from who?
Mrs. Courtney Michelle.
Okay.
Well,
I mean, is that even true? If she said it?
Yeah, I thought we were talking Bible.
Yeah.
We don't
because the head of every man is God, and the head of every woman is man.
That's what I said. That's what I said.
Yep.
You start with God first, and then I just put it in a triangle. That's how I put it.
I think.
You got any more questions for we on lock?
No, I'm good.
Can I say something?
All right, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I think the issue with the triangle is, so this is how I see it. So the man is following God, and the man kind of acts like a shield of protection for the woman. And if she isn't standing behind you, she can't be protected. And the reason why you're protecting her is so she can tend to the children, so she can take care of the house and everything that's going on behind you, while you're going head on against the rest of the world, basically. And so she's next to you. She can't be under your protection. And I think that's why that order is so important, because she has to be behind you. Of course, if something happens and for some reason you're gone, she can always step up. But it does mean that if she steps up, she has to sacrifice her responsibilities behind her, because she can't do both at the same time. That's why two parents in the home are so important, right? Your role is your role, and then her role is hers. So that's why that straight line is so important.
And if I just one more thing I wanted to add about the triangle, because I think you're probably mixing them up with the headship of the home. Because when I think of the triangle, is more so when man and woman gets together. This is man, this is woman, and they both keep their eye on God. It brings them closer to God. That's the triangle I know of, not the order of the home,
Exactly.
but it's to depict that.
That's why most of them, maybe I worded it a little different.
Together.
Right.
That's
But thank
what
you.
I
We
think.
on lock.
I think I worded it much
Hey, I'll see you on Friday. Come on over on Friday, because we're gonna give it to you all. We're gonna play this back Friday for you. It's for you. We're gonna get you Friday. But go ahead.
I'm sorry. Can I just wanted to point out something. You mentioned that you submit to your wife and your wife submits to you, but then you later said agree that you are the head. The definition of submission is conforming to the authority of someone. So how does the head conform to the authority of his subordinate?
My job is, because they say that the woman is weak, is weaker, right? So let's just say I have to change, like, not a car battery, but I have to lift a engine block. My wife is not able to lift that engine block, but according to man, my strength, my character, who I am, I have to lift that engine block. My wife can lift a battery, but I have to be. But I am a man, so I have to lift that in according to all these particular spaces. I'm saying,
according to biology, because you're stronger. I would
right,
hope you want to.
right. So of course I'm the head of that. However, when it comes to our children and the knowledge and the things that we tell ourselves, we discuss every single day, especially with our children. We discuss with children about certain things because they're not fully grown yet. Mm-hmm. I say that we both have to be leaders because God placed us to be leaders, man and woman alike.
What if you don't agree with something that she's doing? Does her leadership take precedence over your leadership?
Does it take presence? No, but that's what this discussion is for. That's what the discussion is for.
You actually don't submit to her, because if you don't agree with what she's doing, see, the definition of submission, you are conforming to the authority of another person.
No,
so if she says
we have to have discussions before I supposedly rule on anything that is being discussed.
Right, and the discussion is that the discussion is that she wants to do something. Say you want the kids homeschooled. She wants the kids to go to public school. If you allow her to make that decision, you are submitting to her, because you don't agree with your kids going to public school. You want them homeschooled. That's why I'm saying, when you guys don't agree, who wins here?
Who gets the final say?
Yeah, thank you, family values.
I mean, well, I can't say for everybody, but I don't think there's not one discussion. Again, this is just me. I don't think there's not one discussion that we ever disagreed on, other than what movie we're going to watch. But other than that, I don't think that's not.
It's not hypothetical.
But no.
Video. Real quick, I have an example of this. Again, we talked about I've been an individual. I've been single for a long time. So me and my husband recently moved to the house that he got for me now. But the previous homes I've lived in had a pool in them. So I've had a pool for 7 years. We moved into this house, loved the house. The only thing it didn't have a pool. I was resolute that I needed a pool. Not wanted, needed a pool in Texas at 101 degrees. But we went back and forth, and he said, we'll do it, but we can't do it now. I did not like that. But he had the final say. That's the difference. Whereas at Old Terry, like, no, I would have been trying to figure out a way that we could get it done. So the final say was, we can't do it right now. So that's
a woman doesn't have to have an opinion. A woman
I had an opinion that I wanted it. I had the opinion. The opinion was I wanted the pool, and I wanted it I wanted it now. The difference is we can get the pool, we can't get it now. So yeah, I had an opinion, but I deferred to his leadership. And again, that is something, again, growth, because like I said, there's a time that I would have been trying to figure out a way to get it done.
Well,
but again, he said no, and he said not right now. So I yielded to that authority because he said not right now.
Well, we have a funny way, and especially in these places, talking about leadership, because all I hear is dictatorship. That's just me.
Okay, yeah, okay. So listen, we on lock. I love you. It's not dictatorship because you can't. Yes, I love you, but you can't come and say we grasp on to God and then say dictator. Because that's the problem that we have right now. When men try to lead, it's two things: he's a dictator or he's controlling. There's a difference between controlling and taking control.
I'm sorry, that's what I keep hearing. That's just what I keep hearing.
That's what God is saying, though. So you're saying that God put you in a place of dictatorship because you came in bringing up Bible, and you said that that's how you follow Bible, but you're not
No,
Right,
I'm not.
And you're calling it dictatorship.
No, I'm not. I'm not saying that I'm a dictator. I never said that I was. I don't follow that stuff at all. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't follow dictatorship at all because again, you even heard me say it, black man. We are the leaders. Me and my wife are the leaders. I don't agree with this dictatorship at all.
It's not.
That's what I'm
you
trying
don't
to
agree.
explain to you.
Lord have mercy. Listen, God's space. Listen, when you say, okay, to the women on the panel right now that are submissive, do you feel like your husband is being the women that are married or about to be married or want to be married? Do you feel like a man is being a dictator when he's leading you? We'll start with the Blooming Ebony. Blooming Ebony, just a head shake, a wave, a parade wave, anything like that would suffice.
No, he's
Okay,
not.
family values. Okay, Cannon. I think she'll be right back. TJ.
Say again. What?
Yeah. I mean, do you feel like your man when he's leading you? Do you feel like he's been a dictator?
No, I don't. And while I'm on the mic, the Chester, whatever your name is, check this out. My husband made a decision. I expressed my concern. I wanted the pool. I didn't complain about it. You don't know me. You keep trying me. Kick rocks. Beat it. Scram.
All right. So, Coach K,
Don't let them
if your
encourage
husband is
you.
leading you, and when your husband is leading you, do you feel like he's a dictator?
Sorry, I don't know that.
Shut up, Google. Go ahead. No. Okay.
No, I don't.
High value wives. I already know your answer, but go ahead.
No. Would you mind if I read the definition of what a dictator is?
Yes, please do.
It says a ruler with total power over a country, typically one who has obtained control by force. So I think it would be almost impossible for our husbands to be dictators because they don't have total power over us. And I mean, unless you're over in Saudi Arabia, I don't think any of us on the panel have been taken by force.
Right. Queen
We
Smiley.
willingly submit.
Very quickly, Queen Smiley. Hold on. Hold on. I'm trying to help you.
I was going to say, I gotta get some pushback on that. I got to
Queen Smiley, go ahead, Queen Smiley. It shouldn't be no pushback. It should be push-ups. Listen, Queen Smiley, go ahead. Come on, Queen Smiley. Shit.
You better say it, black man. not pushback at all, but push ups. You know, it's definitely not a dictatorship. You know, just because some people are single or not married or whatever, some people get tired of making all the decisions. You know, and some people just want that comfort to relinquish that power to a true leader. But you have to lead. You know, not just lip service, but full leadership.
Absolutely. All right, man. We on lock Friday, bro.
I got you.
Friday, man.
Y'all got it. Y'all mix my stuff all up, but I get it.
You mixed it all up like you was baking a cake for Thanksgiving, brother, and it just didn't turn out. You forgot to put the eggs in it. And eggs is the leadership.
You wouldn't mind tasting the cake if I cooked it.
Eggs is the leadership, and without the leadership, the cake falls. But we'll talk. But you see that. But I'll let you go. We on lock. We got to bring up another guest, my brother. Love you, man. Right. And we'll see you. We'll see you simply on Friday. Peace. Lord have mercy, Jesus. All right, our next guest, and then we're gonna wrap this up after these guests right here. I want to bring up my guy, Mandrell. Now, Mandrell, don't come up here long stroking. Mandrell, want to bring Mandrell into the business tonight. What question do you have for the lady?
The timer starts now.
Listen, let me catch my breath. I was grounded with that dude. My God. You kept him up that long? Stop playing with me, man. Let him embarrass himself like that. You know. Come on. All right. Okay.
I saw you in the background, but go ahead.
You said me about I was trying to get him out of here, man.
Your mic breaking up real bad, brother.
I don't know why.
It's popping real bad. We can hear every other word.
Okay. How about now?
It's popping just a little bit, but go ahead and ask your question.
All right. To Cannon Hill, is it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I understand that you're okay with girls trips.
Yeah.
And that.
Hey man, listen, you breaking up like the Backstreet Boys. Go out and come back.
Am I really?
Back in.
I mean, it's fine. It should be fine. Now it should have cleared up.
No, you still? We can't hear. We can hear every other word.
You sound like you underwater or something.
Yeah. Unplug your mic, plug it back in or something. And while you doing,
hold on, say it again. Hold on, say it again.
Yeah, while you guys are doing that, while you doing that, Mandrell, give you a little time.
All right.
I think it was better. Hold on, go ahead.
Is that better?
Nah.
No, not better. Man, I don't know what's going on with it.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Go ahead and ask
Yeah,
your
it's
question.
like a little bit better. I think we can hear you now.
Yeah. Okay.
Ask your question. Yeah.
Is it an assumption to say that you don't believe in submission in that?
I'm agnostic, so I don't go with the religious doctrine.
Gotcha. No problem. All right. Here's a simple one for you. I had a hypothetical conversation with a relative of mine, and I thought I'd be a good one to ask you, just to give me some context on this whole thing. You're out and about with your husband, right? Steak night. You want to go out somewhere nice. You go out, and you come dressed with something kind of risque. And he says, and he says, hey, no, don't go out like that. Change. Do you change your clothes because he says so, or because he feels a certain type of way about it, or whatever the case may be, or do you just say, nope, going out like this?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I wouldn't want to be out uncomfortable dressed inappropriately.
Well, I mean, no, you put it on. No, you put it on, but he says, nah, that's a bit much.
Right, I know. I wouldn't want to be somewhere out of place, dressed inappropriately. So yeah, I would take his advice.
Okay, good. Thank you. All right. I'm sorry, I'm still recovering from a misinformation.
Yeah, hey boy, your mic is. You know what? That ain't nothing but the devil, Mandrell.
Yeah, because I had something real good tonight. I'll back out and come back in. If you got time,
go back. Yeah, go back. Go out and come back in.
I'll go back and come back in. If you got time, pull me back up.
Yeah, I will, brother, for sure.
Yeah.
And while we're waiting on that, thank Paul Bennett. He says salute to Black Man Unfiltered Network for leading this conversation. I appreciate you, man, for being here. Mr. Bennett's always here on Tuesdays when we have the co-ed panel, and so he's always dropping dimes. So thank you, Mr. Bennett, for your $10 super chat. I really, really, really appreciate you, brother. All right. So we'll bring up. Let's see here who we got back here.
Real quick, Black Man, to Mandrell's question is funny, if I may, to his question about being dressed. I think again it goes to, for me, how I have changed, because first of all, I've never been a risque dresser anyway. That's just not my thing. But I never would have considered to even consider asking my husband, what he thinks. So it happened. We went to dinner, and I just thought, I said, I asked him if he thought my dress was too short, and that is just something in me that I've evolved, because there would have been a time I wouldn't have even think to consider it. And he didn't think that it was. But if he did think that it was, I was going to change. And one of the things I said to him, he says, fine. I said, well, when we go, I represent you. And I don't want to represent, you in that way. So that's why I asked him. But, he didn't have a problem with it. But had he had a problem with it, I would have changed.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. So we're gonna bring up. Let's see here. I have the Nigerian Sledgehammer, guys. He's in the building tonight. He's a stripper. He does bar mitzvahs. He does wakes. He does funerals. Anything you need a stripper for, he's your guy. So let me go ahead and Coach K. You have never met this man before. He's from Nigeria, and he's a stripper. So I want to bring him up. The Canadian born, come on up. Yeah. All right. Boomer.
Willie.
I know who he is.
Willie Black Pimp. Yeah.
Oh, I love you, brother. What's your question, man? You go ahead and ask your question now. I'll bring up the last three. We done for the night, brother.
I don't think it's a question, because I came in a little late, not too late, but about maybe 30 minutes late for the conversation. I listened to everything. And what I noticed is that not so many people fully grasp the deep level understand what marriage really is. This is why I give a shout out to Bloomy Ebony, High Value Wife, Family Value, TJ, and Coach K. From what they were saying, what they were articulated, it shows that they actually dig deep to fully comprehend the full benefit and the full protection what marriage truly brings. Was referred to 1 Peter chapter 3 for verse 1 to 7. I am a nerd, so I don't play around with my words. But a lot of times I listen to Queen Smiley, she do understand what marriage is. She seemed to be the person who was taught the deep level of understanding what marriage is, how to be submitted. I had to give her credit to what she said. She did marriage, she wanted to submit under a man, which is totally true. I think what the problem is, when people look at marriage and people look at the word submission, they confuse the word submission to slavery. Slavery and submission are not the same thing. So when I'm hearing the fruit salad from We Unlock, I was trying not to rip my hair off. I'm like, what the hell is this man talking about? For real. Like, did he fail Bible classes or something? Did he drop out? I don't know. I'm just saying. This triangle leadership, no, there's no such thing as triangle leadership. I'm not buying that nonsense, so I'm not going to have it. But I have to say, this type of conversation is highly needed. This is why I told TJ, Auntie TJ, she's the elder. She will forever be my elder. You need people like her to keep women of the younger generation to understand the repercussion, the consequences, the dilemma that come along when you don't have a deep level understanding of certain things. Submission is not evil. From Family Value, from High Value Wife, and Blooming Ebony, even Coach K even mentioned it. There's something good about being submitted out of a man. It not only take off the stress and the head that come along it puts you in a place of protection, puts you in a place in a position whereby you like the wise counsel. Every great king in the Bible have a wise counsel, and that wise counsel is always being the queen, the wife, who the king fully trusts with her every word and every view. That being said, she have that special look in the eye that she can see things the king cannot see. All she had to do is follow him to the chamber and say, honey, I think you overlook and just break it down to let him see things in different ways so where he can ponder and just look it over. Because I think people keep forgetting when you look at the former Blackwater in Tulsa, Oklahoma, the Blackwater were built on strong family who had a strong, deeper understanding of marriage. If you can't comprehend that, then you can't talk about building your black community. There's only one definition of marriage. I don't believe all the different interpretations. Like you throw off a bridge and hurt yourself. I don't know what happened to that part, but I'm not buying that. And from experience listening to elders, I made it a habit throughout my 20s to seek out elders who have been married for 30, 40, 50, 60 years. It's the same thing that Security Boss and TJ Randall were talking about was the same exact thing that I heard from those elders, because they made it very crystal clear and they told me in my face, my generation don't know jack about marriage and they're going to fail at it, and look what happened. You wouldn't have this high divorce rate if they fully grasp and fully understand what marriage really is. Marriage is not for everybody, I can say that, but you can't go and take something that's been here beyond your ancestor and say marriage is something else, but it's not. Something that be surpassed your time, you can't change the definition of it, so don't play yourself on that one. Same applies to submission. But when you do such a thing,
I'm sorry.
I'm not finished. I don't want to interrupt nobody.
Oh.
When you do such a thing, you gotta be ready to reap the consequence of that, because today's society like to rewrite certain definitions, certain word like it's something that is not. And I'm the kind of person I'll say, I wish you luck, because when that does happen, I'll be right there, be like, I told you so. And I'm gully about it. That's why I don't have a lot of family members. I keep reminding them.
All right. Well, I appreciate you, Black David, man, for coming in, brother. All right, man. Well, thank Black David, man, for coming in and expressing here and what he had to say. So I'm gonna bring up. Let's see who we got back here. We have IA Lewis. I'm sorry, I didn't want to mispronounce. We got two more guys and we're done. How are you today?
Hey, Black man, how you doing?
Wait a minute, you sound like wait, Jesus, is that you? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. How are you, man? Hey, boy, you scared me, man. I said, oh, is it my turn?
Not
go
yet,
ahead, brother.
not yet. I just want to say hello to everybody on the panel. My question was for Miss Cannon. You, my first question is, have you ever worked a job, or do you work a job, or are you self-employed?
I work.
Okay. Now, at work, you have to submit to the will of your employer, or you won't have a job, correct? Say that again.
No.
If you don't submit to the will of your employer, you'll keep your job. You do what you want to do.
I literally, yeah.
Okay.
You know, I'm not gonna
All
say
right.
on this public platform.
All right, black man. All right, black man. I'll hit you up. Thanks for having me up. I'll talk to you. Talk to you next time.
Exactly what I'm supposed to do at work. And we just gonna leave it at that.
Man, he left quick. All right, so we're gonna have Lil Podcast, my guy. Lil Podcast, what's going on, my brother? What's going on, man? What question you got for the ladies tonight, man?
Thank you for pulling me up.
Absolutely.
First of all, bro, I just want to say, I know I said it in the chat, but I just want to say it to you on the show, bro. Like, the work you doing is unmatched at this point, bro. Like, you doing the work for your people, and I couldn't be more proud of you, bro. Like, for real, for real.
I appreciate you, man. Hey, don't start that shit, man. I'm gonna start crying on camera. I can't do that. Look, man, you had a moment yesterday. We can't do this no more, bro. Can you stop? Can you tell me that back in the back?
Nah, I got you, bro. I just wanted to give you your flowers. I think as men, I think it should be way more easier for us to show love and support.
Absolutely. I love you, brother. Appreciate you, man.
Watching, you understand? So that's what I'm doing. Plus, I can fight a little bit, so I don't really care what people think about me.
I love you, man. I appreciate it, brother. Appreciate you.
I love you too. Family Values. What's up, sis? Shout out to you. Shout out to Driscoll. Y'all get on my nerves. When y'all
Lil Podcast, before you go, guys, the panel, I want you guys to see what We on Lock said. The guy that came up that was everywhere and did the pushback instead of push-ups. He just said, this sounds tonight like some manosphere stuff. I can't wait till Friday. Go ahead, Lil Podcast. We'll get him in the barbershop Friday. Go ahead, Doc.
Okay, first of all, ladies, how y'all doing? Y'all was fabulous tonight. Great conversation. I want to show a little bit of support to Cannon. I think sometimes we can be misunderstood. I think I'm misunderstood a lot. And the reason why I want to show you support is because if no one else understands being different, right? There are some things about us that we cannot change. No matter how hard we try, we are just going to be that way. For me, it's being emotional. It's hard for me to change that. I'm just a very emotional person, but I could fight. And so therefore, I just want to show a little bit of support and say, I understood what you were saying. I get it. Some people have a divine order that they think that they should stick to, and you might not necessarily subscribe to that. So if you got something that's working for you and it's like it's benefiting your kids especially, and your situation is working, then shout out to you for doing that. And don't waver, because that's what's going on with me. It's like I don't know who to believe at this point. You know what I'm saying? I done listen to one side, listen to the other side. Man, you got to hold them accountable, but at the same time, you got to be balanced. They got to submit to you, but at the same time, you got to be understanding. It's like I don't know what to listen to. You know what I'm saying? So I just want to look at the woman I got and see what we need to do for us, and not necessarily apply everybody else's rules to what we got going on. Yeah. At the same time, I will say to Family Values and High Value Wives, and I didn't hear Coach K speak as much, but I'm assuming maybe she probably has the same sort of spiritual principle to her relationship. I think that is pretty awesome. And I will say the relationships that follow those divine sort of principles that you all follow, I will say those tend to be the ones that I see more successful, right? Because they're grounded in something else except for self and ego. So I get that part, and I see how that can be beneficial to a marriage and to rearing children. So I want to applaud you all as well. TJ, I spoke to my lady. I told her, you know, what you said, and you know, I'm a full transparency guy. And what she said was she's kind of leery, you know what I'm saying, just about putting people in her business. You know how women can be. Y'all don't want nobody in your business. So that's why she just hasn't just, you know, jumped on reaching out to you yet. You know, but I'm stepping back from it for a minute and just trying to figure some things out for myself. Queen Smiley, I hope we're still on for the interview. I got my questions together. I'm gonna be sending those out to you soon. And I did have a question that I wanted to ask the panel. Okay, so I wrote them down. So the one question that I wanted to ask to the panel, and Black Man, I definitely want you to answer this question too, because you're a man. Absolutely. But I think it's important that we get an answer from the women too, because it will speak volumes to how they perceive men. So when we say men are supposed to be the leaders, right? And they're the heads and they're in the leadership role, what does that actually mean? Take money off the table. I'm not telling you how to answer, but I would prefer if you didn't say he pays the rent. Like what does real leadership look like from a man? And that's my question for the panel. And
I knew High Value was gonna raise her hand first. Go ahead. I knew
Actually,
it.
My husband has an answer for that.
Uh-oh. Go ahead.
Hey, what's the gentleman's name? I'm sorry, I'm not even looking at the computer.
Little Podcast.
Mr. Podcast. So taking money off the table. Are you in a relationship now?
I am.
All right. So remove money off the table. What other responsibilities as the leader do you have?
Well, we can't use my relationship because my relationship is very fractured, and I'm in the process of trying to heal my relationship. So that's why I'm seeking answers. You see what I'm saying?
I got you. So I'll use any relationship as an example. Mm-hmm. So if money's not a factor, then still two people who become one. Let's say they were both living in separate apartments. So now they have to come together in the same house. Someone's going to have to make a decision as to where, how much the house is going to cost, how many, bedrooms. So typically they'll talk about it, but ultimately one person gets to make the decision. That would be the leader. So that's one area where, as a man, leadership, being the head, goes outside of just finances. But then also, I don't know what you believe, but I believe in the Bible, and the Bible determined that a man should be the head. So if that be the case, then in there you will find the answers, and one of which is spiritually. You are to take the lead in shepherding your family spiritually. So if your wife wants to decide one day to go and worship Buddha as the head of your household, you should tell her why it is not a good thing, and not just saying no, you can't. It's what happens when we start to believe different things. We become unevenly yoked. And problems will come as a result. So that's spiritually, and leading is, just look at it as a literal example. If four people, man, husband, little boy, little girl, are going in a direction, someone's typically in front and then someone's typically in back. So someone's leading the bunch. So if whoever's in the front makes a decision to go left, to go right, then the others will follow. So leadership is really just guiding the people up under you to hopefully the right direction.
All right, appreciate that, brother.
Yeah, bro.
All right, go ahead, sweetheart.
And if I may add, when it comes to leadership, there's a level of sacrifice that a man takes on. Like when I see leadership, I compare it to Jesus in the church. I'm the church, he's Jesus.
Mm.
And
Mm.
and from that aspect, he's willing to die for me. He's willing to take on anything that I may be carrying onto him to carry it for me. And that's the type of leadership that that I'm under. That it's not a dictatorship, it's more so I am here to help guide you in this life. I'm here to protect you and sacrifice my life for you in this family. And because of that sacrifice, he gets to say so. He gets the final say, because when even in society today, even if you aren't a Christian, when all fails, everybody's going to look at that man. Rather she's the leader or not, they're going to say, but what was he doing? Why y'all homeless? Why? What was he doing? He will take responsibility, whether he wants it or not. So I just wanted to add that.
All right, little podcast. I gotta get some more people up here so we can get these ladies to bed, man. They got husbands and responsibilities.
Real quick before you let them go.
Mhm.
I'm sorry, Cannon.
That's okay.
But real quick before you let him go, I'm gonna stick with the question at hand, what a leader is, and I'm gonna take the religion out of it, and not saying that I'm not a Christian woman, but I want to remove that piece and just talk about leadership in general. I agree with high value wives' husband in the fact that a leader is the ultimate decision maker. Keep in mind that as that decision maker, he utilizes all of his resources, including subject matter experts, whether that's God, if somebody want to look at it from a religious standpoint, or the pastor, but then also counselors, their wives, an electrician for that matter, or a plumber, whatever the case may be. A leader is the ultimate decision maker that utilizes all of his resources, meaning give his wife a voice also. It ain't so much as that, hey, that I'm just, you hear me? So it ain't just, hey, this person is just gonna lead, and just be the ultimate decision maker because that's how he feels, but he's also utilizing his resources to make those conscious decisions for the betterment of the household and for the family.
See, black man, it's times like this when I kind of like lean towards believing in the spirituality and divine, right? Because I literally was fixing my lips to say, no disrespect, but can anybody answer that question without religion attached to it, right? Because not everybody is religious and not everybody moves from the religious mindset, right? Well, some of us, we can't relinquish that control, right? And then you was like, we got to go. And I'm like, okay, well, no problem. And then boom, Queen came through and gave me the answer. So at that, like, I'm not, that's why I said I'm agnostic. I'm not atheist.
Look at God. But I want to say this, shout out to Jedi Mike, who got on here and share with us the fact that he heard everyone on this panel and he heard every side on this panel, not
Right.
picking one thing or the other, but he heard everybody and everybody's opinion, because
Right.
that's what we're pretty much all sharing at this point. So shout out to you, Jedi Mike.
Yeah,
Can I go after Cannon? Can I go after Cannon?
Let me say this real quick so he can drop me down, y'all. Jedi Mike was able to do that with a level of intellect. I do that same thing, but it's with anxiety. my anxiety makes me look at everything, the good and the bad and the good at all times. So I appreciate you, black man. Thank you so much, panel, for even taking a moment to address my questions. Thank you.
Absolutely, man. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you, brother. You have a good night, man. All right, we almost out here. Get these ladies to bed. So let me bring in.
I know,
let's
I'm
see.
an hour later than you, so I'm over.
I want to go after Cannon because I really wanted to address that question.
Okay, give me just a second. Let me get Lou in the building tonight. Lou.
How you doing, my brother? Can you hear me okay?
What's going on, my guy? You cleaner than a pair of scissors at Martha Stewart's house on this picture, Doc. I ain't see this one now. What's going on?
I had to put it up real quick. All right, let me say this. And with a podcast, I have to do this again. Coming from someone who used to be a preacher, the Bible is nothing more than a lamp if you're walking down a dark alley. All right? This means that, specifically speaking, you cannot use the Bible as a complete guide for your marriage alone, because you're not yet in a spiritual body. The harsh truth is, this is an evolutionary psychology issue. Women have not evolved to lead men at all. And if you're going to use the religious rhetoric, you must understand that God has a type of government, and that type of government is a kingdom. And so, ladies, if you're going to use that, this means that you do not have any say. Because when God leads, he does not take your input into consideration as much as you care to believe. That's who God is. He is a king, and this is a kingship. When he speaks, his word is law, not yours. Ladies, every time we look at a certain fall of society during a period of time, every time it is due to the how do you say that word? Promiscuity of women. Women will cause a society to improve or not based on the things that they do allowed by men. This is why we cannot allow women to lead, because they are very to the left and to the right. There is never a majority decision made by these women. We cannot allow you to lead because you do not know how. There's no standard. There's no baseline. It's all about my feelings. It's all about what I believe. It's all about my truth. It's all about these things. This is not the way we want our society to go. That is the harsh truth of the matter. Ladies, realize this. You are number 2 for a reason, because you are not created, nor did you evolve to lead any man. And that is the truth of the matter.
In a relationship or period?
Because period.
Because my
period.
male behind me,
period.
The 22 years I served in the Army in the military begged
period.
For that.
Period.
As I said,
in the military, in a relationship, at the church, at the goddamn mall, you are meant to follow me. I am not meant to follow you. That is the fact of the matter. Evolutionary psychology is not on your side. The numbers are not on your side. Society is not on your side. You only have the power that we bestow onto you. Do you understand that? This is a man's world. This is not a woman's world.
So how value wise, anybody want to respond to that?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I agree with you, Lou, with what you're saying. And as far as women serving in the military, the only reason women can serve in the military is because of men. The military is a little more safe for women to participate in. But if we were back in ancient times where they were still using swords and you had to fight a man with a sword, you would not be staring at any type of prize in the background. So your plaque, whatever you have, that's not proof that women
don't you dare discredit my service. Now let me tell you something real quick.
I don't mean any disrespect.
I will suffer quite a few things, but that I won't.
Ma'am, I raised a sister who is in the Navy. I raised a black sister who is in the Navy. We respect your service, but I am talking to you. I am talking to you.
I'm talking to her, sir. I'm not talking to you.
Okay, you are not meant to be in the military. You are not meant to lead. You are not meant to be above man. That is the fact of life in general, in all areas. You are below men. I'm tired of this rhetoric that women can be allowed to do whatever they want when they want based on their feelings. You are feelings based. I am logical based. If we allow women to rule the world will end. And that is the fact.
I'm gonna jump in just a little bit.
I believe I talked about my experience. So I'm not talking to you, sir. I'm talking to her. So if the point that you want to make, you can make that. But you don't know anything about my service. So I'm going to ask you to refrain from referencing it. So I will suffer many things.
And I don't mean any disrespect, TJ. So I apologize if I offended.
And let me clean this up, TJ. And I'm gonna clean this up because I also served.
Let me just finish saying this to TJ, and I'll let you cut in. I only brought it up because you brought it in the conversation, but I would have never brought it up if you never brought it up. Queen, you can go ahead.
So to kind of clean it up, and again, I think high value wasn't. I can't say high volume wives. My glasses ain't on. It seems like I want to jack that up sometimes. But call you who?
Ashley.
Ashley. Okay, that's better because God dog, these words jacking me up without my glasses. But I think it wasn't so much as to discredit the service. Even with what Lou's saying, I totally agree with what Lou's saying. Even though we've served in the military, we were following a man's orders. You know what I'm saying? So at no point, now granted, we had full discretion to make whatever decisions we made with the troops that we led. However, those were man-made orders. So I must agree with the fact that even when Hillary Clinton, and I'll go back to when she was running for president, you know, I said it even myself then personally, like, oh my God, I hope they don't put this woman in this seat because people wouldn't respect us as a country, because things would come crashing and burning. And it's because of the fact that, one, we weren't necessarily designed to be in a role like that. And two, a lot of men wouldn't respect it. So
Thank you for cleaning it up, because I can receive.
So yeah, it's not so much as to say that our service wasn't, you know, valued. It's the fact that we truly weren't made to lead in that sense. You know, the man is the head of the household, and I think everyone on this panel has agreed with that very statement. I don't think that anyone on this panel totally got on here and said, oh no, a man is not a leader and I'm not going to allow no flexibility and I'm not going to allow a man to do what he needs to do. It's just a perspective. And it goes back to the girls trip thing. And I think that's what a lot of people got hung up on. The fact that some of us as women wouldn't be as flexible to kind of take some of those things out of our lives just for the sake of being in a relationship. It's more so of the fact that we would choose partners whose thinkings and whose decisions are more in line with ours to allow us both to have the flexibility. And it goes back to each relationship has its own things. So.
Hey, Black Man Unfiltered, my husband wanted to respond to Lou, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead.
Hey, Lou, how you doing?
How are you, sir?
Not bad. I heard the point you were making, and the point is valid, but there was a couple of inconsistent statements in there, and I won't, talk about them all, but just with regards to the Bible. And correct me if I'm wrong. You said you can't use the Bible alone for marriage. Is that correct?
Here's what I mean. You can't use the Bible only by itself in order to substantiate all of your arguments, especially in marriage, due to the fact that you are not yet in a spiritual body. Yes, marriage is a religious connotation. It's a religious institution. However, we are still humans at the end of the day. So when those two things become parallel, women are led by feelings, men are led by logic. At the end of the day, this is mostly true. Would you agree?
I would agree with a portion of that, the latter half, but the former half, you stated that we are humans, and therefore the Bible is not always applicable because it's
no. The Bible can be applicable, but it cannot be applied by itself alone.
What other
reference
should we use with regard to marriage?
Well, let's name it society at large, right? There can be rules that we imply as a society at large that may not be biblical depending on our culture, but it does work. It doesn't necessarily need to be in the Bible to be used or out of the Bible, right? Because real quick,
before you go into
go ahead.
Do you know who started marriage?
I'm assuming it's a religious institution. I stand by that statement. I could be wrong, but you correct me if I am.
It is. God started. He married the first two people.
Sure.
So, with that being said, this marriage that we're talking about, it is religious business, and so in that arrangement, God arranged marriage. In that, He also gave the outlines on what you should do and what you should not do. So, with that being said, what other reference should we use for an arrangement that came from God when we have a manual that also comes from God? What other reference do we need?
That's fine. And here's what I'll say to that. When God married the first man to the first woman, is it safe to assume that they lived under a different covering than what we do now after sin was introduced.
Define the covering. Not
It
not
is
the
my
definition, but what you mean by it.
Sure. It is my understanding that before sin entered the world, Adam and Eve lived under a different atmosphere, which was a perfect one. Is that correct?
That is correct.
In other words, the manual that God gave must travel through time, not only to include that time, but also this time. Is that correct?
Yes, but it does. So
and to just to make my final point, and I'll let you go. If the Bible must be used to include that point in time and also this point in time, if we're not living under that same spiritual covenant due to sin, we must correlate that with human society, because we don't live under the same covenant.
Lou,
we are though through Christ.
Lou,
That's
what
what
I'm trying
Jesus
to
came for, to reconcile us.
and
Hold on, because I see what you're saying, family values, but I'm talking to a man right now. So, do you see where I'm coming from?
Lou, what I'm trying to get across to you is that inside of the Bible, there are rules. There are rules in marriage. There are rules in dealing with your neighbor. There are rules in taking care of your parents and marriage specifically, because this is the topic. But there's many necessarily rules, but principles, because God is wise enough to know that time will change. So rules will change, but principles won't. For example,
understood.
If I say don't steal a baseball from someone, what happens in the year 402 where there's no more baseballs? Well, then that rule is non-existent, it's obsolete. But if I say don't steal from someone, then it's now a principle, because theft still exists. What's yours is yours, and what's mine is mine, and what is not mine is still not mine. So the Bible has principles, and they make it through time. And the principles in the Bible tell women not to be loose in their conduct, to be have deep respect for their husbands, to be submissive, and so many more things. There's a couple of chapters specifically geared toward what a really good wife should do. It's called the capable wife. I want to say it's in Proverbs, if my memory serves me correctly. 31. My wife added, right? Because she would know. I don't focus on the women's part. I focus on the man's part. And then for men are commanded not to have deep respect for women, but to love their wives. But how should they love their wives? The same way Christ loved the congregation. So it is patiently, it is tenderly, it is fair, it is not rigid. And how do we know it's not rigid? Because of the Bible. There was a time where Abraham was not listening to his wife, Sarah, I want to say, and she saw a problem between her children. And the man, yes, he is the man, but he didn't, his authority, he used it in an unfair way. So God himself had to step down and say, Abraham, listen to your wife. Why? Because I put in her empathy. I put in her emotional understanding that you do not possess. And she sees something going on with these children that you cannot. It's on a compassion level. She sees it. It's on an emotional level. And so Abraham had to be humbled by God to see that his wife was right, and he had to listen to her with regard to those children. He didn't abdicate his authority, but he still was humbled to recognize that she saw something that he didn't, and he was using his headship unrighteously. So the Bible, trust me when I tell you, the author made no mistake when he made it. He ordained marriage, and he put all, not most, he put all of the instructions and the principles that are necessary to be successful
in it. I understand what you're saying, and as a side note, there was a time when the Bible didn't exist. That's the side note. Number one, you mentioned Sarah, right? Sarah is the reason why Israel is still in war to this day, and millions of people have died. Because if God, I'm talking. I didn't interrupt you, bro. I didn't interrupt you, bro. I didn't interrupt you.
Black man.
I didn't interrupt you.
Black man, we got to do something about this. We ain't going to church. I don't mean no harm. I love the Lord. He heard my cry. But we can't keep doing this. We ain't getting nowhere with
So
this
what I'll do is
conversation.
I'll set up a show for Lou. I'll set up a show for Corey. A lot of people want to talk to you, Lou. They're in the chat right now. So are you open to that?
Oh, 100%. I'm here for the
all right.
smoke, okay? Because we're done listening to feeling-based rhetoric around here.
Yeah, absolutely.
You
So I'll
need
set
to
up
get
a
over
show.
your feelings and keep it moving.
No. I will not keep it moving, ma'am. I will not keep it moving at all.
Okay. So what I'll do,
Got you, Lou, but we got to end the show at some point in time tonight.
So, Aunt Mandrell, go ahead and ask your question, Mandrell.
Yeah, listen, ladies, I'll be quick. All right. Thank you to the Simps and whatever this is for taking up the bulk of the time. Ladies, tonight I want to say you gave me hope. I'm leaving this show tonight far more optimistic than I did coming in. You know what I'm saying? I want to say thank you for that. Thank you for being ladies. And for the record, feelings-based opinions and insight has its place, just like female leadership has its place. I, for one, being a veteran, a combat veteran, I firmly believe that women have no place in combat arms at all. However, logistics, name it, a whole lot of other places in there where women go in there and kick ass. Okay? So everything has place. That includes being in a marriage. I, for one, have been having trouble finding another woman who thinks the same way. Everything has its place. They know that, they just don't look the place they fit in. So as soon as people get over themselves and accept that fact that everything has its place and let everything and everyone be in that place, I think we'll be a lot better.
Mandrell, your mic said this. I don't
know what that is. I don't know what it is. I think it's StreamYard.
You'll start talking. You'll be like, "Yeah, lady." So I really
one thing after another tonight, man. I think it's StreamYard.
He's speaking in tongues.
He's speaking in tongues.
I'm not. I'm so not.
Oh,
I think it's StreamYard. I really do.
Oh my God.
Nothing wrong with my connection. Nothing wrong with my connection.
Yeah, it may be, bro.
It's StreamYard.
Yeah, it may be.
You got a pack house tonight.
Yeah, man. I appreciate you, brother. Now, guys, if you want to see some also on my network, Mandrell is going to be here tomorrow night at 8:30 Central Standard Time on Unapologetic with Mandrell and Shhhhh. Him and his sister does a show on the network as well. And they're going to take it deep every Wednesday at 8:30, guys. So if you want to support Mandrell, please come through and put a couple of nice, kind words in the chat for him and Shhhh. Hopefully, everything will be working tomorrow. Mandrell, I'll call you early and we'll run through this to see if it's your mic or whatever it is.
It might be a cord issue. It seems to mess up as you move. So when you're more to my right, it seemed like, well, I think my camera's being mirrored, but if you shift the other way, maybe see if it sounds better then.
It sounds better now? Does it sound better now?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
What about now?
Nope.
Worse.
The mic is right here. The mic is right here. Does it sound better now?
It does, but it sounds like two little people in your throat playing drums.
Your girl probably your neck. You probably the head and she the neck. And when you shift your neck,
there's no such thing as that.
I'm just saying. Somebody said it earlier. I don't know.
But Mandrell, you pop, man. We'll figure it out, bro. We'll figure it out, man. Hey, listen.
Yeah, I had nothing but good things to say tonight too about the ladies.
Yeah, but I promise you, we'll do this again, man. The ladies.
Yeah, good show, man. I'll work on whatever this is going on.
All right. Yeah, we gotta get this straight.
Talk to you later.
All right, brother. I love you, man. Have a good night. All right, ladies, thank you guys for being here tonight, man. It was an amazing show. I believe you guys did you guys have some fun, or did you guys learn something tonight, or did you guys have to, a lot of you guys had to come out of your shells tonight. So I appreciate each and every one of you. Security Boss had to leave because she has to be up at 3 a.m. in the morning. So I appreciate her for stopping by. I also appreciate High Value Wise for driving, being on, getting off. Your co-host, she got knocked off by the internet, I think it was, or something. Tell her I much love to her. I would love to have her come back. Coach K, Coach K. I really appreciate you for coming tonight as well, and hanging in here with me. I really appreciate you. Family Values. Thank you, Blooming Ebony, Cannon. Thank you so much. Auntie TJ, thank you. And last but not least, my road dog from a little small town in Louisiana, Queen Smiley. We've been knowing each other since we were kids, guys. So thank you so much, Queen Smiley, for being here. I really, really, really appreciate you and your perspective as well. Guys, this has been the first Tuesday of the month. This is Ladies Night. The wives are speaking, and they spoke up tonight, and they spoke well, and I appreciate it. Now, I did want to say, give everybody final words, final thoughts, and tell everybody, if you have a channel, please put that out there, or how you can be reached, or anything that you want to promote right now will be great. So we'll start with Coach K, and then we'll go around.
Thank you again for having me, Black Man Unfiltered, and thanks to all the ladies. I think this was a great opportunity to see, the women that, young women can look up to and who are doing the damn thing. But also, even though we had disagreements, of course we are. Just because we're married or whatever, it doesn't mean we're gonna still see things the same way. But I still think it's encouraging. And yeah, I appreciate being here, and thank you for the invite. And I don't have a channel or anything, maybe down the road, but my website is coachkr.com. You can, find my contact information there, and my Instagram, but it's coachkr.com. I work with young people, but thank you again for having me. And thank you, ladies. You guys are all great.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you. High Value Wise.
Yeah. Thank you for the invite. I did enjoy myself. My last words would be to women who are watching. And it's a reminder for me as well. Always seek the truth, seek the facts. We can have our opinions, but we just have to be careful to not cling so hard to those opinions as if they're facts. I think my husband, he brought out a good point. He said sometimes, like with these panels, like it's just a sounding board for everyone to give their opinions. No one's like looking to come to a conclusion at the end, because Black people are always saying, oh, the Black community, this and that, and we got to come together. But if it all ends up just being a soundboard of opinions, we don't actually get to make progress. So I will say to the young women who are watching, or just women, don't cling so much to your opinions. A lot of times our opinions as women, they tend to be flawed. So always seek the truth, always seek the facts. I don't mean to be repetitive, but other than that, I enjoyed it. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. And again, I would love to have all you guys back, because I do this every first Tuesday for the ladies. Every first Tuesday. And if you guys want to come bombard the guys on Friday at Barbershop, please do so. 8:30 Central Standard Time. But Queen Smiley, final words. Because I know once that rap go up, it's time. It's almost.
Look, you hear me?
You know what I'm saying? Go ahead.
So I'm just, thank you, ladies, for a beautiful conversation. I think it's always good to have a sounding board, to kind of hear other people's thoughts and hear other people's perspective, because some people's circles are so small, so they don't hear from other people and other people's experiences and things like that. So I encourage everybody to stay open-minded, but still at the same time, guard your ears, guard your heart, and guard your mind. So y'all be blessed. To each his own.
Absolutely. Family Values.
Thank you so much for having me on. I seen it was dropped in the chat. My channel is Family Values, and we discuss all things family and children and marriage. And, you know, my goal is to see more nuclear families in our community and just bring solutions, because I don't have it all, absolutely don't. But from the situations and things that I've learned through my marriage, as I learn, I just, you know, give that to other women through shorts and videos, stuff like that. So I really enjoyed you guys. And if I offended anyone, I'm truly am sorry. I'm just, you know, we're just trying to have the conversation and really open minds to, you know, what works and what may not work, and all that good stuff. Thank you for having me on.
Absolutely. I'm definitely will be reaching back out to you to do more work. We got to do the work, guys. The conversation was great, and we're just going to continue the conversation and do the work and come up with solutions and keep talking, because I think that conversations are great. Instead of us hiding behind the issue, I think we should meet it head on. That's just the way I like to do things. TJ Randolph, sweetheart, what do you have for us?
If you allow me a little bit of grace here.
Absolutely.
First and foremost, as a leader, one of the things that I have learned, shout out to my military people, when you have erred, you acknowledge that you have erred. So to Lou, I apologize for getting at you the way I did, even though I did not agree with what you were saying. Because I don't normally do, well, I can do that, but I try not to. So I apologize. I don't agree with what you said, nor how you said it, but I'm taking accountability for how I responded to it. So that's first thing. Secondly, what I find disheartening is that in these spaces, and that I've been here for a year in YouTube, I find that some men are just as emotional, delusional, and bitter as women, and I think it is unfortunate. I'm not saying that it's unfounded, but I'm thinking that it's unfortunate. Lastly, as a woman who, I guess I am the capstone marriage, one of the things that I do on my channel, as you know, Black Man, I talk about the things that I did well and the things that I did wrong in my life as it relates to parenting, relationships, and attitudes that kept me single unbeknownst to me, but how I was able to course correct to enable me to recognize what a leader was and how I was to play a role in that, and that I can appreciate my husband so I could be a wife. So thank you for having me. Lastly, I will not suffer ignorance in any shape, form, or fashion. I'm too old, and I won't do it. Thank you.
Oh, now one more thing, TJ, before you go. You know you can't leave your boy, your nephew, without doing the Revlon commercial. So go ahead and hit it for me one time. Bam. Oh, there it is. And that's all I needed. Kenan Hill, what you got for me?
Thank you, as usual, for inviting me.
Absolutely.
Tuesday nights is always lit. You know, I might stop by the barbershop on Friday, but you know,
yeah, you've been there before, boy. You came. Oh my God. You came one night and the whole show just took a whole left. Golly.
But I just want to say, you know, it's a great big world out here, people. A lot of different experiences, to Smiley's point, a lot of different perspectives and things like that. But at the same time, always do remember to remain grounded in who you are, because it's okay. It's more than one way to skin a cat. And I promise you, nobody has the finite answer. Nobody has it all figured out. So don't think that people do. You know, take what you can from who you can, and, you know, apply what you can. But don't be so hard on yourself, you know, like, don't think that you have to be perfect or that things out here are perfect, because nobody is, and nobody has it figured out. So just take what you can to do this thing called life, and do it the best way that you're able to.
All right. Thank you so much, Ken. I appreciate you. The Blooming Ebony.
Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it. I love your platform.
Thank you.
My final thoughts. So I think I might be the youngest person on here. So as a young person, I have to admit, even though I empathize with everyone's experiences, hearing the experiences and the opinions with no conclusion is not helpful. I want to highlight some that Miss TJ did, which I don't think she did it intentionally, but it was great and it was helpful because she said, in my 20s and my 30s, I did that, but I don't do it now. And it's working for her. And she's full of joy in a happy marriage. And that is helpful because she's showing that it didn't work then. She changed and it works now. And what she's doing is she just saved me 20 years of mistakes by saying, I asked my husband. That's it. I asked him. It's not going to hurt me to ask him, but it could hurt me a lot to not. It could get me in a position where I'm not getting married until I'm 45 and I want kids. That's not optimal. That's not what I want, right? And I think even though the opinions and the perspectives are all important, everyone is lovely and important, right? It's not helpful and it's not going to help us get to where we want to go efficiently and effectively. And the role of elders is to help the last generation do things better. You lived it, so we don't have to. And I don't think she did it intentionally, so I want to give you your flowers, Miss TJ, for that specifically, highlighting the fact that you messed up, that wasn't right, you fixed it. And that is what we need to hear on these panels more often. The opinions are nice sometimes, but I think we've gotten to a point where it's been flooded and it's no longer helping people get to a goal. I think it's really just making people a little bit upset and angry to constantly hear people do things that aren't going to get them to where they need to be or where they want to be, where they desire deeply to be. So thank you so much, everyone. I appreciate all of you. It was so refreshing hearing all of your perspectives. I love this platform. And you guys can find me on my channel, The Blooming Ebony, and also on Instagram at The Blooming Ebony.
Absolutely, man. Thank you guys. You guys are amazing. I appreciate all your hard work, what you're doing individually. Listen, guys, I would love to, just give me a head nod. I would love to have you guys back on the first Tuesday in, what's this month? Oh yeah, in August. Is that a possibility? I see Cannon. Okay, I see TJ. TJ, throw the hair. Just let me know. Throw the she said, we'll see. And before then, TJ, I gotta come over to the house and get some of that barbecue. I mean, I missed the last one because we in the same city, guys. So I missed the last one. I'm coming on this one though. Hey, Queen, you going with me? All right, we going over there. Queen here too, TJ.
Yes.
Yeah,
I put some ribs on the grill this week and you missed it again.
You ain't tell me.
I didn't. It was just me and Mr. Randolph. That's why. The kids didn't get none either. It was just me and Mr. Randolph. But Labor Day.
I forgive you. All right. Well, thank you guys again for being here, man. I can't thank you guys enough. You guys made this possible today. So I really, really appreciate you. And guys, until next time, we out. Oh, I can't go because I know Jenny gonna kill me if I don't do it. Guys, please, 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 please do something nice for someone. Buy somebody's groceries, pay for somebody's gas, because gas is high as giraffe tail right now. Buy somebody's gas, pay for somebody's coffee in line, somebody's food in line. And if you don't have anybody to do anything for, do something for yourself, because self-care is the best care. All right, guys. All right. We love you guys. Thank you guys for being here to the panelists tonight. Thank you for the undefeated chat tonight. Auntie had to get the belt out on some of y'all tonight. But we thank you guys for being here. And until next time, peace. Wait a damn minute. Hold on a minute. Wait, I got the hell on. Hold on. Before we leave. Chaotic Truth just walked in this building. Chaotic Truth, listen, man. I can't go without letting my boy come and say a few words. Chaotic Truth, you had me stop my show at the end to bring you back in. So come on, man. What are your words for us tonight, brother?
Well, salute to everybody. Happy July 4th. This month is also White History Month. So I have to give shout outs to some of the greatest people on the planet. They've ushered in Western civilization. It's one of the reasons why you blacks are not living in mud huts. But nevertheless, I'm back in the building again, and I wanted to. Of course, I was not. I got the notification a little bit late, but I did see a question about girls' trips, and I have to say that if your girl takes any girls' trip, she's a whore. Now, no, just hear me out. Now, we've all seen pictures of girls going to Miami with all their girlfriends, going to Vegas, shaking their asses on boats, shaking their asses at poolsides. Nothing good comes about girl trips. A good righteous woman doesn't take girls' trips. A good righteous, wholesome woman knows that any hanging out and debauchery with her single girlfriends leads to destruction. You as a man, especially if you're younger, you should want to avoid these women. Listen, I was young one day, a long time ago. I'm 37, and I'm not gonna lie to you. I loved coochie, and I still do love coochie. But the older I've gotten, the more conservative that I've gotten, and I know it's hard, young man. I know that you're horny and you want some coochie, and you just want a party girl, but you don't want a party girl. Get you a little nerdy girl that's in college who wants to be a doctor, who wants to do particularly like a nerdy field, not like a lawyer, not like a teacher, something like in science or something, because that type of brain is a very logical and ordered brain. You don't want a female again who hangs out with her single friends. Now, not all women who take girls trips are going to do whorish things, but you can best believe that it is 50%. And you don't want to be that guy who's getting played. So get you a nice little church girl who dresses from head to toe. Get you a nice little girl who is domestic, who doesn't loud talk you, and who doesn't ask you dumbass questions like, I want to take a girl's trip. See, if a girl asks you that, you need to drop her. You need to not physically drop her, but you need to drop her, because that Jezebel spirit has allowed, even if a woman even musters up the courage to even say these things out of her mouth, it's a Jezebel spirit. And that's all I have to say about the whole girls' trips. But nevertheless, salute to you guys. And Mandrell, thank you so much. Again, sir, that is a beautiful background. Thank you so much, sir, for picking up a weapon and protecting my freedom, sir. Now, to the ladies on the panel, what say you? Let's start off with Queen Smiley, who looks like she's digging up her nose, but she's not. What's up?
And for the record, Queen Smiley, I don't have a girlfriend.
I don't have a boyfriend.
Queen
Mandrell.
Smiley, all right. Wait a minute. I want to point out, Queen Smiley, that you have a Colgate smile. You take really good care of your teeth.
Thank you.
Yes, you do.
You have like a
I try.
movie star's teeth. Are you wealthy? Keep it real. You're rich. Keep it real.
I am rich in blessings.
Oh, in blessings. Okay. Are you rich in money? Because your teeth are a reflection of your monetary status in life. But go ahead, Queen Smiley. What say you about what I was saying? Keep it real. Keep it real.
I think chaotic truth. You speak from a place of some type of hurt or insecurity.
Camera down, Black Man Unfiltered. She's already disrespecting me. Camera down.
I'm just
go ahead, Queen Smiley. You got the floor.
I'm just giving it.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I think it's the case that men that feel that hard stance, and women also. So when I say men and women, I'm talking about both who feel so strongly about, oh no, you can't go on a girls trip. Here go Jedi. I think it's the case that when they stand so hard on that, it's coming from a place of insecurities and other things. I don't know what they are, but it could be, because here's my perspective, and I can only give you mine, because when God bless me with a mate and I find someone, I want to be on that same page. I want him to enjoy his homies just like I enjoy. See, my close friends, I'm like TJ. My friends, we've been friends since junior high. You know what I'm saying? Whitfield. I still hang with Rynette Cotton, my sister.
Oh
And
wow.
you get what I'm saying?
You know,
Those are
man.
my close friends. And if you go to my social media, we did a girls trip this year for my birthday, and it was the four
Oh
of
yeah,
us and
yeah, I saw it. Yeah.
and my older cousin. You know, and we had a really good time. Just us girls relaxing, de-stressing, talking about life, letting go. You know what I'm saying? Crossing. So everybody's perspective of the hot girl summer ain't always what a girl's trip truly is. There are some true mature women out there who can go and conduct themselves as a woman, you know what I'm saying, and go and enjoy their friend girls and come back. And I would expect the same thing out of my mate, because I want him to have his individuality. I will watch football. I will watch basketball. I do all of those things. My kids play sport. However, I ain't finna have them deep, old, long, drawn out men conversations with you. You and your homies take that and go somewhere. You know what I'm saying?
Can I ask you one question real quick?
Of course.
Now, would you be I'm trying to put this together.
Go
right?
ahead.
It's like 2 o'clock in the morning, so my brain
Don't
is
stumble over it. Come on,
Okay.
give it to me.
If I don't have any children, but if I had a daughter and she said, Dad, I would like to go she's 21. I would like to go to Miami on a girls trip. And if I told her, you're a whore if you go on the girls trip, what would you say about that? If I were
Yikes.
Like, you're a whore if you go.
No, my daughter's not a whore if she went.
No, talk about if I had a daughter, what would you say about me, not you, or
If you had a daughter and you allowed your child to go.
If I had a daughter and she came to me and said, Dad, I want to go on a girls trip, and I said, only whores go on girls trips, dear. And you
I'd have said, baby, don't tell her that.
Heard me say that.
I'd have said, baby, don't tell her that. That's not right. Because
Okay, so
here's
hold
the
on, guys.
thing.
So,
Here's the
let's do
thing.
this. Let's do this. Hold that thought. We're gonna go backstage with this one. Okay.
Yeah,
we still out front with this. Y'all got me talking all.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys for being here. He came in. I gave him
I
a
don't be
moment.
smoking no blunts.
Yeah, we're gonna go back.
I was wondering why the comments was going like that.
So, so again, guys, thank you guys for being here, man. I appreciate it, man. And you guys have a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful night. Before we go, since Mandrell is here, I want to celebrate Mandrell's birthday before he got out of here. But guys, peace.